Today we're here to talk about the truth about Egypt, Tartaria, and the pyramid energy grid. Very important stuff, and it's going to tie in very interesting subject because there were pyramids on the Mississippi River, and today we're going to talk about the pyramids that were once on the Mississippi River and why are pyramids always built by water all around the world? What's up with that? We're taught that Egypt is a distant civilization located in one region of Africa, but Egypt wasn't just one place. Egypt wasn't even what it's the fact that up into the 1400s and 1500s, the world as we know it didn't exist. This is a brand new world we're born into today. And what I mean by that is in 1400s, everything I would say 1400 and before that, the world didn't even have like the modern maps and boundaries we have today. Everything would have looked different on a map. And the map, most of the map would have been occupied by this huge landmass called Tartaria. I mean, dang near the whole earth was this thing called Tartaria. And these you can see this on old maps too. But what is that? Well, why was it deleted? Because the reason we don't know about Tartaria, I'm gonna get into that today because of them deleting history and all this stuff. But the map, man, like back then, how you had this big patch of territory that no one's talking about. Egypt would have been part of that territory. When you look at maps today, I don't need a bunch of mic problems today, but let's do another mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Drop a one. Drop a one. I don't know why we getting twos, but drop a one, y'all. Moderators, appreciate it. So, like I was saying, right? When you look at maps today, if you try to research about Tartaria, you will see this huge landmass, right? And the crazy part, people will be so in awe about how huge Tartaria was, but I got news for everyone who's been doing Tartarian research. The oldest maps we find of Tartaria in all of its beautiful glory as this beautiful empire and the huge empire on these maps that we've seen, I got news for y'all. It was bigger than that. Grand Tartary was far bigger than what we see on modern maps. And what I'm going to share with y'all today about the Mississippi and Egypt and Tartaria, I haven't heard it anyone else. Let's take a look at one of these maps because I don't like to just talk about stuff without showing you. So here is Grand Tartary. Look at here. This is in the Encyclopedia of Britannica, meaning that what we call in Grand Tartary, it was an empire up until 1771. Now, when was America founded? If anyone put a 2 in the chat room and the audio is good, put them on timeout, y'all. That's why I got moderators. There should be penalties for them interrupting our show. Do me that favor, my mods. Appreciate y'all. Let's drop a bomb for the moderators so they can get on point. We ain't playing with the trolls. So like I was saying, right? You look at Grand Tartary on this map. And this is a picture of Grand Tartary in 1771. And in the Encyclopedia Britannica, it got a whole description about it. We'll read it together right now. It's a vast country. Vast is vast. It's a vast country in the northern parts of Athia, hounded by Siberia on the north and west. Look at the language, y'all. Look at how just in the 1700s, the English language looked at almost foreign. The reason, let me just break some down to y'all. I want you to pay attention as we read this Britannica excerpt of Tartaria from the 1700s. Pay attention to the style of English is written in, and I'm going to break that down when we through. Let's read. The Tartars who lie forth of Makovy and Siberia are Thoth of Actrian, and sound like Dracula writing it. Sound like the people, think about this, just listen what I'm about to say. Doesn't it sound like the people that wrote the Bible wrote this? Then why would they even be writing for the Encyclopedia of Britannica? And what does Britain got to do with all this? This is 1770, then we have America pop up in 1776. But let's read. It's just giving you a little description of Tartary at this time in 1770. Nothing more really to read. The fact that we got a description and all of this in the Britannica shows we dealing with a real place. This ain't no fairy tale pseudo stuff, man. You don't just have this on maps. You have it in encyclopedias. And I have some news for you guys about what we're looking at right now. What we're looking at right now is the ass end of the Tartarian Empire after it has shrunken to this little bitty patch. Now, what I mean is what I was saying earlier. A lot of people, they go to this map and they say, man, look how big Grand Tartary was. And I just want to explain something to you. This is how small Grand Tartary is. What do you mean, Sanchez? That's a pretty big patch of land. If you understand how big Grand Tartary was prior to the 1700s, because Grand Tartary been around since before the 1100s. And what we're looking at is an older map, a recent map that shows you how far the empire had shrunken by the time America started to be founded. So we're looking at the end of Tartaria, guys. When we're looking at this map, I want you to know we're looking at the ass end of Tartaria after it just has shrunken down to its little smallest point. And after this point, it just disappears. There's no more Tartaria after this map, after this point, because this Tartaria is such a crumbled empire at this point that the scribes have now taken over most of the world, and they are now forging history, rewriting the maps. And these old maps that shows the ass end of, like, if you was living in Tartaria right now during this time, it was a horrible time to be a Tartarian. At this time, this little patch of Tartaria that you see, it would have been the last stand that all of the Tartarians was holding on to. And this was it after that. So the last couple of Tartarians in this little patch right here would have been slaves, basically. They would have been kind of prisoners in their own land. The last little stand, the last little part of power of Grand Tartary right here. And after this, you don't see no more of Tartaria because the scribes take over the world. By this time, America forming. So you see how late in the game we are? See how late in the game we are when we get to this map? The scribes is now taking over. People ain't even looking for these maps no more because you got Columbus going around the world, and Rome has now a new map system. I want you to understand that in the 1770s, if you would have had this map right here, this map would have been you having something that you need to update now, because this would have been the last map that had this land that we call Tartaria in it. Most of the world that wasn't Tartaria would have already shifted to new maps that didn't even include Tartaria. It takes years for you to make a map and to make them maps popular and to cancel out all of the other maps before it. So we make the mistake of thinking that in the 1770s, when people was looking at this map, that this was the actual map being used. And that's the problem we make. And there's a lot of mistakes come behind making that problem too. See, in the 1770s, this map would have been popular to the Tartarians, but everyone else in the world was living in what would have been called the New World. And this was the new world that was being built out the world conquest and the Roman Empire. So Tartaria here on this map, it doesn't represent just the last stand of a fallen empire. It represents the last remnants of an old world system that was being outdated through conquest. So this represents the last place on earth where it would have, if you would have been living here, it would have been popular for people to be anti-establishment, anti-Roman, like the real Jesus would have came from this area. The real Moses would have came from this area. And you can see you got the Middle East surrounding this in the area where we see the biblical bloodlines coming from. But when they delete Tartaria, now these prophets come from different lands, and these are the new lands that are usurped by the barbarians, and these are the false prophets now with the new interpretation of this knowledge from Tartaria. And we'll get into that in a minute because I don't want to hop to that. I want to stay on this map, right? What's important about this map is that if you would have been living in Tartaria during this time, the knowledge of the Egyptians, the knowledge of the Mayans, the old world, this would have been the only place on earth where you would have got that and it wasn't corrupted yet. This little patch of land represents the last area where the truth was being taught and the old systems of liberation was being practiced. Now, once we see the new maps that no longer have Tartaria on it, it's because indeed Tartaria no longer exists geographically. Tartaria only exists as a couple of scattered tribes around the world that have lost their original empire. And these scattered tribes are going into hiding because anyone caught with that old knowledge was being put to death, which is why I said Jesus and the prophets that was anti-Roman Empire would have died because they were Tartarians. A lot of people think Jesus was a church member, and that's because they are church members today, but they forget that Jesus was actually crucified by the church. Jesus was crucified by the Roman Empire, what you call the church, which is the corporation in the bed with the state today, and the corporatized religious institutions that replace the old spiritual system of Tartaria that I'm showing you here. So it's important that I start off with this map of Tartaria before we talk about the Mississippi and Egypt, because there was no such thing as the Mississippi River. There was no such thing as Egypt. There was no such thing as America. What we got to realize is Tartaria wasn't a little patch of land representing a lost empire. Tartaria is the name that they're giving to the old world. And when we say old world, I mean world, not just a little patch of land. Like I said, this map represents the last little remnants of the old world. Everything else outside of this map is the new world, and people now are becoming religious dumbasses, giving taxation tied into the Pharisees and Sadducees, paying taxes on the fiat governments. They don't know nothing about their immortality. Now we're in a world now where people now belong to churches and states, under the Caesar. They don't have this sovereign knowledge of that isn't owned by anyone. You know, it isn't revised by the Roman scribes. It isn't brought to you by kings and queens, which is like King James. No, this stuff was a culmination of knowledge that existed in the old world through tribes that were literally doing the work, not doing the doggone conquest. That's different. The people that took over these libraries and stuff burnt up a lot of the stuff. They desecrated a lot of it. They reinterpreted it to take the power away, because the reason the Tartarian Empire was being wiped out is because everything it stood on was contrary to the world we know today, which is built by the Roman Empire based upon taxes and a literal interpretation of ancient concepts, which we'll get into in a minute. But what's important to know before we get into any all that in this intro is that a lot of people need to learn about Tartaria. It's important because the Egyptians weren't Egyptians, they were Tartarians. The Babylonians were Tartarians. All of these advanced ancient civilizations just somehow disappeared at the same exact time, y'all. Think about that. I'm gonna give you something to think about. The Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Olmecs, the Mayan, all of these old stone-working empires were living at the same time on Earth. And they were sharing their technology with each other, which is why we see the same technology that was used in Giza in America. Then we see it in Cambodia. Then we find a whole nother Giza in Antarctica. And we just keep finding Gizas everywhere. And people will say, well, Egypt was everywhere. Nope, Egypt was just one of these little places with the Giza on it. Egypt is just one of many of these little, what I call wireless energy empires that made up Tartaria, because what Tartaria was, it was an interconnected system of advanced societies that was sharing the same Wi-Fi technology that Tesla rediscovered after the fall of Tartaria. And this is what Tesla was talking about, building a world of wireless free energy. But what Tesla was talking about actually existed before him. And we're going to talk about how that was deleted. This would have been on Earth 400 or 500 years ago. This is why historians act baffled about they don't know how the pyramids was built. Well, they was built with electric cutting saws and electric tools. Electricity, yes, electricity existed. And we're going to be showing you proof of the electric mechanisms that powered the old world that was deleted. These societies were deleted because the people running the world now didn't want the world to discover electricity yet. These barbarians were living in the dark. They was burning fires and candles. Remember, the pilgrims on your oatmeal box had big old witch pots where they was boiling oatmeals in the woods. And they was building mud huts out of wood. We were building stone dwellings, and we had to cut the stone with something. We had electricity, no fire. You can't use combustion fire and translate that to powering these advanced intricate mechanisms like the Antikytherian mechanism, which we're going to talk about. People finding these mechanisms all around the world. These things got little wheels and cogs and fine little small parts that are made to move, like the pieces inside of my watch. And people want to know, if ain't no battery in this thing, how the hell was it powering itself? It's clearly made for moving parts. Motion is energy. And the old world was a bunch of towers all over the world, sending off a field around them, and anything in that field can pull energy from the field. Your cell phone too. So think of a tower with a big bubble around it. And depending on how strong and tall the tower is, the bigger the bubble. Anything in that bubble can draw energy wirelessly from it. And this is technology. I'm not making this up. We're going to demonstrate this here in the video in a minute. With a Tesla coil, we'll demonstrate this. We'll power a light bulb here with a Tesla coil. Let's go ahead and play that because we're going to be thorough today. This is very sensitive stuff. I'm talking about a very advanced old world that was just deleted. We haven't even got into the main information yet. I'm laying the foundation. What I'm explaining to you is what the Bible recorded as the pre-Babel earth, where you had all of these people building towers everywhere, or Babel towers. And these people had one language. Different languages didn't exist yet. What I'm telling you is, prior to 600 years ago, what we call different nations and languages didn't even exist. Are you hearing what I'm saying? That the pre-Babel world is just 600 years ago. The concept of ancient is a lie. And I'm going to show you why I say that here in a minute. But we got to take this step by step. And I'm choosing to deal with the technology of the people first before we get into the history of them being deleted, their legacy being deleted. So one thing at a time. Let's deal with the tech first. Because this is going to show you why Tartaria was wiped out. And it's going to show you why Nikola Tesla faced the same fate he faced. And anybody else come out talking about some free energy, you better protect yourself. If you out here, because guess what? They got the world so dumbed down now where you won't even be a threat for real, because people will just call you pseudo. But in Tesla time, when people was a bit wiser, they had to put you to death for you talking about free energy, because the Roman Empire was going around creating fiat government systems. And a fiat government system is a government system that's basically operating below its capabilities just so it can rule over the people. If the government operated at its full capacity, it would create heaven on earth. It can, but it makes an excuse like, well, we haven't arrived there yet. We still got a lot of fixing to do. When really the empire that they destroyed is the blueprint on how to create a perfect world. And they don't want that to be remembered. That's why they deleted it. Because if you show people that, it'll show that our whole reality is a lie. And that in this near past here, there was a utopia that it expanded across the whole world. That's why I said Tartaria wasn't just an empire. It was literally the old world. It was a bunch of empires that would have been divided, operating as one system. And they didn't even call themselves Egyptians, Babylonians, Sumerians. Everywhere you went, they just said, we're Tartarians. And that was damn near the whole world. Even the Bible say that. These towers was everywhere, and they was on one accord, working together. So what powered these stone utopias, these events? Because they had to have electricity, and with to cut these stones, that there had to be electricity. And we also know that there were lighting fixtures present, and we don't think they were burning candles and wax and all that. So now let's deal with the technology of these towers, these obelisks and pyramids all over the place, what they were able to do. So here is a little example of what these towers were. These things transmitted an energy field around them. And the reason for the energy field, I'm going to show you now with a video. Here's the reason for the field. Let's watch the video. We don't need the music. And what I just really want to show is the wireless ability. I'm going to kind of skip here. We don't have to watch all. He's making a Tesla coil from scratch. By the way, we all can watch this video and do this ourselves and make a little mini homemade Tesla coil. This show you how easy it is to pull electricity from the ether, a Mountain Dew top, an old cap lid, and you can probably open up some old electronics sitting around your garage and find all the parts he got right here, and you can make a little Tesla coil out of basic stuff. And this is a little energy generator. Let's look at it. But let's watch what it does, though. So you got your little Tesla coil. All right? Look at here now. Take a light bulb now. And look at that. Boom. Bob. Watch this. Watch. You see that? A light bulb come on. Look at the light bulb. Now listen. Ain't nothing plugging the light bulb into the wall. Check that out, y'all. That light bulb is lit up with wireless clean energy. He don't got to run a bunch of cords everywhere, nothing. So when the Pilgrims came to America, they saw the statue lit up and they was like, how the hell is this statue lighting up with no cords? They didn't know about wireless energy transmission. They was burning fire. Any kind of familiarity with electricity they had would have been the form we got today, which is dirty, violent, it's dangerous. This can't shock you right here. It's like a plasma ball. You can touch the electricity from a Tesla coil. You can touch it. You can run it through your body. In fact, it's healthy for you. Tesla said we should take an electric bath every day to clean our aura field, and it will free our body of any diseases or viruses. So not only are they hiding free energy, they're hiding the cure to every disease on earth, y'all. If what Tesla was saying is true. And of course, what he was saying is true. Here go Tesla right here, powering a light bulb with his hand. Look, here go Tesla picking up a light bulb and powering the light bulb by running the electricity through his own body, making himself a transmitter of free energy, meaning that we can live in a world where every single human is you already generating your own energy field. Tesla was creating technology to tap into that. All energy come from all around us. It's coming from you, me, the sky, the trees. Everything that lives is generating a bubble of free energy around it. And Tesla knew that. Tesla said, listen, because I'm my own energy field, I can transmit energy from any mechanism through my field into an object. In other words, Tesla was saying, I can connect myself to the grid just like a tower and power that light bulb just like the tower. Tesla didn't see the thing about Tesla, what he got famous for was the Tesla Tower. And they wanted him to get famous for that because that's the tip of the iceberg. Because what people not telling you is that Tesla moved beyond the Tesla Tower. And Tesla went into finding ways for you to see yourself as a tower. Tesla knew that our spinal cord and crown chakra was a Tesla tower. And let me show you what I'm talking about. If you look at the human energy field, electromagnetic energy field, this is created by the spinal cord and the pineal gland. That's why it's called the field of the heart, electromagnetic field of the heart. The heart is right here, right? It's in the middle of the spine, and it's feeding. You see what I'm saying? It's pumping up and down the energy, going up to the crown, down to the root. The heart is like an explosion of energy. You know, it's feeding these two ends of this field. This is true on a biological level with how blood is pumped to the brain and to the feet, but it's true on a spiritual level how the energy flows from the heart chakra to through and around the body as well, as within, so without. So the reason I brought this up is because if you pick up a light bulb right now, it won't turn on. Why? What did Tesla know, right, that allowed him to pick up a light bulb and it turns on? Well, Tesla had equipment that was calibrated to his body. Tesla had wireless equipment that he will concentrate on his own biofield, his own self. He would make himself the Tesla coil, in other words. In other words, he would send a electric signal through himself, using himself as a mediator between the power source and the light bulb. So that's very, very big, y'all, because the implications of this means that we can have a society where everything around us is being powered just by you walking near it. And that'll be a very efficient, non-wasteful energy grid. That means if you build a downtown area full of lights like what Tesla holding, the lights will go out when ain't nobody walking by them. And when somebody walk by the lights, they'll come on. Just like we see in this experiment here. Let's look at it. Because your body is like this Tesla coil. Your head is like the ball at the top, and the pole is the spinal cord. This Tesla coil is your body. When you get near the light bulb, guess what? It turns on. So this is how the Tartarians powered their light fixtures. But see, they came along and told us, right, that the Tartarians had hundreds of thousands of street lamps in the road that went for miles throughout the whole city, and that they were gas lamps. You know how dangerous that is, gas everywhere like that? If you went to war with somebody, all they got to do is drop one bomb in one area, and your whole city is just a gasoline nightmare. Just think of that for a minute. You want us to believe all of these light fixtures we see in London, Paris in the 1600s that go for miles, bro. Millions of light fixtures in this city. Well, at least hundreds of thousands. Think of changing and maintaining those things every day. Not only that, you telling me the chandeliers had wax candles. This stuff we got to talk about before we get into the Mississippi culture. Because when I hop over to what the Mississippi civilization was like, it was just like Egypt. The pyramids that was on the Mississippi, they were receivers of electricity. They were more like Tesla coils. And throughout Mesoamerica, we find towers and pyramids, and they'll say, oh, that was just for rituals and vanity and decoration. Who go through all this trouble building that stuff for monuments? Like, they want you to think the pyramids in Egypt wasn't used for nothing. They're just the pharaoh's ego, right? This was functionable technology. No one goes through this trouble just because, oh, that looks real cute, doesn't it? Build a beautiful little monument right here. That's stupid. We've been lied to. The Egyptians were smart enough to make pyramids we can't reduplicate, but you telling me they didn't figure out electricity? When they talked about the ether all the time, the Egyptians made was carving stone like butter, but they was rubbing sticks together for light. Think about it a minute. It's very silly. So we're talking this stuff. If you can see these cities and their greatness, they had light fixtures and Victorian decorations everywhere. And this stuff would have functioned just with you walking near it, because every human gives off an electric field. Now, what if the technology we built didn't come with batteries or power plugs where we got to pay for energy? What if everything you used literally powered itself with your interaction, just like this? I'm going to show you, just like this. The same way Tesla is powering this light bulb. People will say, well, Sanchez, if the energy coming from me, am I losing energy? Will that make me drain? No. You are not using your energy to power the lamp. Energy is all around you. We can't escape energy. We're in a sea of energy. You're using your body as a ping point, as a tower, as a Tesla coil to receive the energy that's already out there. You're just allowing your body to be the antenna so that the energy can have something to transmit through, because the light bulb ain't just going to come on just because it's in the ether sitting down on the ground. Once you touch it, it'll come on because it needs something to transmit the energy that's all around us. It's free, man. It ain't going nowhere. It's infinite. All it needs is a transmitter to get from the ether to your cell phone, to your light bulb. And guess what Tesla found out? You can be the transmitter. Pictures like this are dangerous because they represent old world technology that Tesla was envisioning. Tesla was tapping into the advanced might of Tartaria, but Tesla was claiming it as his own idea, which is what I personally don't like about Tesla, because Tesla was studying Tartaria, but he was taking credit. I like Tesla, but I gotta tell the truth, right? So, because what I like about Tesla, he was bold, he was a martyr for revolutionary technology, liberating technology, right? But Tesla didn't give credit to where he learned it from. So when he became a martyr, people started equating all of this technology to him, and it just helped hide Tartaria even more, right? Behind now Tesla now, which could have been by design as well. All of this is going to lead into how the Mississippi civilization was deleted. You know, I'm very thorough, okay? Right now, I told you I want to start off by showing you the advanced technology that got the Olmecs wiped out. The Olmecs was carving giant stone structures using electric stone cut devices. When they got wiped out, all that technology got destroyed because they weren't using cards plugged into the wall and gas-powered stuff. They was using wireless energy grids, clean, transmittable energy, what Tesla was talking about. That was a threat to the Romans because they had created a fiat system of taxation, inflation, and peasants and class systems. They created that by hiding the knowledge and charging people for energy. And each generation, they come with the same excuse. Well, it costs us more money to generate the energy than what the money is worth. That causes inflation. What if we knew the truth that energy is free? Inflation wouldn't exist. And if inflation don't exist, class systems don't exist. This is how the societies that we come from. There were no rich and poor. everyone was equal, liberation, equality, and justice for all, which is what the Statue of Liberty represents. Shout out Doe Eyes TV. Thank you so much for the support. She said, blessings, bro, Sanchez in chat, stopping through. Let me welcome my new members as well. Thank you, Doe Eyes. It's always a pleasure. Shout out to Jay Green, Arcata, Big Wildcat, 909, Jacoop, Coriel, and Asher Ray 260. These are all new members. Let's clap it up and welcome them. Thank you for the donation, Wildcat, for the $4 donation. Appreciate the love. Tesla envisioned a world where we had all of these mechanisms that didn't need plugs in the wall and that didn't need an energy plant company charging me for a bill and that didn't need gas or oil power, but just could literally be powered by transmitting the energy from the ether to the object. Simple. And he's demonstrating how you can do that right now in this image. And this shows the same thing Tesla's showing. But instead of you being the transmitter, the Tesla coil now becomes the transmitter. Because what happens, the reason you need these coils, right, to strengthen the grid, because humans can't be the only transmitters. There have to be stationary transmitters that's locked into a stable network because humans move around, right? So the energy is coming from the ether above into all of our towers that's mounted on the ground. And we live in proximity to these towers. So we're serving as transmitters to help power the grid, and these towers are. And as humans move around, right, we're just acting as moving little Tesla coils to help the energy transmit from one object to the next. So the person next to you powering their object next to yours, everyone just interlocked into this big bubble of energy that keep getting bigger the more people tag in and join on. See what I'm saying? And that's what Tartaria was. It was more than a geographic empire. It was an invisible digitally. It was an empire that was invisibly, wirelessly connected with a wireless energy grid. And what we're calling Tartaria today is what the Bible calls the pre-Babel earth, when everybody was building towers and spoke one language. The people that destroyed this system, went around the world on conquest, they also divided us up with different languages. And we all had one spiritual system, but they turned that into different religions that divided us up. And these different religions gave us different languages and all that. But I'm not ready to get into that yet. We're still dealing with the technology here. I want to be thorough. I want everyone to like and share the video. So now that we dealing with the wireless technology, let's take a look at some of the devices. And I want to use the word devices so we can get out of the word pyramid, right? First of all, people, let me go to my board a minute, do some etymology. Let's do some etymology real quick. Did you know when you say pyramid, right? Look at here. Pyrrha is fire. Did you know that? Did you know that mid is mound? Come on now. When you say pyramid, you're saying firebound, fire mound, fire mound. When you say pyramid, you're saying a fire mound. Now, the question would be, Why are the pyramids on fire? Why is the word fire in the word pyramid? If a pyramid ain't a volcano, it shouldn't be on fire. I'm going to say it again. If a pyramid ain't a volcano, why is it on fire? I'm going to show you. Here is what the pyramids was. This is, see, if you would have saw the pyramids operating 500, 600 years ago before they destroyed Tartaria, when the old grid was functioning and all these pyramids and towers were functioning at their capacity, these pyramids would have had these little sparks coming from them that we see here coming from the Tesla coil. See, this Tesla coil is just a tower or a mound. Tower, mound, these are synonyms. And this tower of fire wasn't dealing with combustible fire. It was dealing with etheric fire. This kind of fire is safe, meaning you can walk up to that and touch it and nothing won't happen. It ain't like getting struck by electricity. It's a safe, clean kind of energy that can power our grid better than the dang on violent stuff in these cords and wires that we running everywhere. I got a studio that I'm in right now, man, and anybody with a studio can tell you, drop a 1 in the chat room if you got a studio. One of the pet peeves is all of the cords and wires everywhere. Anybody with a studio will tell you that's the #1 thing I hate about having a studio. All of this equipment require cords going everywhere, get tangled up, got to maintain it and have, you literally have to have what's called cord maintenance in your studio. And just think of the old world, all of your gadgets didn't have a cord, like the Antikytherian mechanism. Everything you own, it just powered forever. It never ran out of energy because the universe don't run out of energy. How my phone gonna die? That's a scam, y'all. The whole concept of things running out of energy and need to be charged up again, or running out of gas and I need to refuel, that's a scam created by barbarian capitalists. In the old world, every device you own, it just powered itself forever with no gas and no power company. It was a free grid that we built. And any mechanism that we built it to tap into that free grid. That's why people don't know how the Antikytherian mechanism worked. It was connected to a wireless grid that don't exist no more. They destroyed that technology. If we were to hypothetically speak and fire that grid back up, all of these old mechanisms will just start working again. It'll be shit that they got up sitting up in a museum right now with rust on it. That shit'll just start working. They'll think a ghost up in that bitch. Hey guys, the Antikytherian just came on after thousands of years. That shit just fired up out of nowhere. Really? Yeah, right in the museum glass. Look at it, it's moving. And we don't know how it's moving. Then guess what they're gonna say? Maybe ghosts are real. And they rather say that than, hey, energy is free. This thing is tapping into a bubble of energy around it. I'm telling you right now, man, it's certain areas on the earth where the old grid may still be functioning. If you take any of these old devices in them areas, that shit gonna fire back up and work like it was working yesterday. And to me, I think that's why they got a lot of this stuff in museums. I personally think if you take some of these old mechanisms out the museum and take them to certain areas that, like, let's say to some of these tribes, some of these places ain't been tampered with, that may still have some of where the old grid may still be functioning. It's a theory, but I'm just saying maybe that stuff will turn back on. So Pyrrha is fire, mid is mound. And a pyramid is a fire mound because it's a transmitter of electromagnetic energy. And I'm not ready to stop there. I want to keep moving this forward. I brought more receipts to show that the pyramids ain't vain monuments. They are functionable devices. No one go through that much trouble to build stupid stuff. Now, take a look at this. The man who came up, and I hate to say this, these people ain't come up with nothing, but I'm going to give them their credit anyway, but I'm going to tell the truth. So this dude name is Robert Gilead, and in 2016, that's 10 years from now, a decade ago, he wrote this out right here. But what he wrote out, right, the Mayan already been talking about this. The concept of the pyramids generate some kind of energy field around them. It's an old theory that's been around for years. People have always said that the pyramids are able to do something that we don't know about or forgot about, and that we're not looking at them correctly today, right? So this artwork that I have on the right, it shows a little bitty concept that you see around Native American traditions and cultures when they depict Kukulkan. I just grabbed one of them to show y'all so I don't just be talking about it, right? So you can find these yourself, and you will see the concept of like two serpents wrapped around the pyramid, or either one serpent with two sides on him, right? Shout out to Jay Scaramella. In Egypt, they made it illegal to meditate near the pyramids. You know why? Because the pyramids are like spaceports to project our souls into the wandering stars. The Pharaoh said he built the pyramids so he can travel the heavens. So this is spiritual technology facts, Jay, that if you went to sleep in the pyramid, you would astral project or lucid dream. You know, we try to do it all the time. We say, man, I want a lucid dream. I want to astral project. And we have certain techniques that we do, but we can bypass all that by just taking a nap in the pyramid. The ancestors created certain spaces to help baby time travelers get out their body, if that makes sense. The pyramids are literally launch pads so that consciousness can eject itself out the body and go to other destinations, parallel realities. So they aren't, like I said, they were functionable technology. Not only did they function as energy generators, the thing you got to know, once these things start generating energy, they rip a fabric in space-time, just like the electromagnetic field of the heart. This opening that you see that you call the crown chakra, that allows us to travel beyond the so-called physical reality. Shout out to Dante Ragland. Places where new tech doesn't work, maybe where the old grid is still active. You know I can go with that. Once you go to generating these energy fields, you're now toe open a portal, right? Now, a person say, well, I don't see the portal. You don't see your own crown chakra neither. The portal is invisible to us because we have something called 20/20 vision, and these portals are opening up into another reality, which is it's created with a form of light that's beyond our 20/20 prism. So there are other realities all around us. We just can't see into them because our body is calibrated to only see a certain spectrum of reality. And what we call reality is just a slice or layer of all there is. There's more to see than what we call reality. And we can't see it because our consciousness exists within the physical realm or within the body. So the other reality that's beyond, that's invisible to us, can be made visible by shifting our consciousness out of the body, because the soul ain't trapped in 2020. The body is. Your physical eyes can't see all spectrums of light. Your physical ears can't hear all sounds ain't audible to us. That don't mean that it ain't sounds that's playing right now that you can't hear. See what I'm saying? It's a whole nother world we're shielded from based on the human body. All of this knowledge is what the Mississippi civilization would have known. This is the knowledge of Tartaria. I'm teaching you what the pyramids on the Mississippi were. They were spiritual launch pads as well as energy generators and transmitters, all in one, because this is based upon the science of how the body and the spirit are woven together. This bubble of energy around your body, it keeps recycling itself through your body. That's how your body is being powered. Wirelessly. You're not plugged into the wall. Everything around you with life is receiving energy. The question is, where is it getting it from? Because you paid for your energy from a power company. Where the tree get is from, where the bird, everything got to get energy. Your body needs energy to live. It don't got to plug into the wall to get its energy from your power company. The energy we use to power our devices, right, is we pay for it because it's a system that was recently built, a peasant system, to charge us for something that's abundant in nature or free. Free energy is the word they scared of. The reason you pay for energy is because they created a different system based upon dumbing us down and silencing Nikola Tesla, deleting Tartaria. When they deleted Tartaria, they deleted the knowledge of wireless free energy societies. That's what happened when they condemned and deleted Babel. We went into slavery because this energy is freely generated. No one is burning fossil fuels. If you think that the computer I'm using right now is being powered because somebody burning some rocks they found in the ground, you're a special kind of dummy who believe anything they tell you. If you think that your computer right now is being powered by them burning dinosaur bones, you'll believe anything. You'll believe anything. That's funny. Y'all are so cute and naive. I was just like some of y'all, believing everything I'm told. Why? The experts said it. The people with the degrees said it, right? So like I was saying, they ain't burning nothing to create energy. Our energy come from the old world. So that means energy is still free. We just pay for it. Now, if I can get something free but charge you for it, I would create a monopoly, and that's what our life is. We're living in a monopoly of rich and poor, inflation, a slave system that's created by design, and the foundation of it is energy. So I'm not going to talk to y'all about pyramids on the Mississippi and not talk about energy, because if we don't, then you don't know what the pyramids are. The pyramids are the first Tesla towers. They are the first Tesla towers. Tesla had the entire building was made out of brick and stone, because brick and stone can transmit electricity. People today so dumbed down, they see stone obelisks, stone pyramids, And they say, but how is that able to generate energy? That's what I'm saying. They don't understand we're looking at primitive, the first forms of Tesla technology in a stone form. And then what's crazy, we start to see these systems evolve into steel towers, like the Eiffel Tower and the Liberty Tower, which is now called Lady Liberty Statue of Liberty. Let's give a shout out to Marlon Wells. The pyramids powered the old world buildings, which powered the people, sounds and vibration with organs and bells. These were places of healing. Shout out to Marlon for that. Shout out to Doe Eyes once again coming through with the big 50. Appreciate the love. The sister said it's like a nexus to cosmic energy, spiritual self-awareness. It's all a balance. Now I'm going to take my cute self and get my Bible and meditate. Great stream as always. Blessed night to all. Shout out to the sister Doe Eyes. I appreciate you dropping these jewels and these super chats on us, sister Doe Eyes. I'm going to start a goal. Same people are sending in donations back to back. And I just want to encourage other people, if you can, to support the show. I'm starting a goal right now. And what I will do for you, if we reach the goal, is open up the call lines with one caller at a time to call in, ask me questions, and to have a chat with me about the information. So we're going to put in extend the show is what we're going to do. So if you become a sponsor of today's broadcast, not only will you help us create independent content, you will be helping us extend the show to interact with callers. So let's start that goal. I appreciate y'all who donated already, and appreciate the 10 people that's going to help us reach our goal. At this time, we're going to get back into the information here. So we're basically talking about how these wireless societies would have powered themselves, and we want you to mentalize the technology, and I think we've done a good job with that. So let's just take a look at some of these technological devices that we're calling pyramids today. What we're seeing is technological devices that were morphed out the mud flood, and it ain't got nothing to do with mud, right? It's got something to do with direct energy weapons that are able to melt stone like ice cream. So when we look at stuff like this, people will say, well, that's a primitive mound. Well, let me break some down to you, right? About Egypt and America. The oldest pyramids in the world are the step pyramids. And we see them in America right here. And we have a step pyramids in Egypt. And by the way, there are several step pyramids in Egypt scattered throughout the entire land. Let me just break some down to y'all before we move further. People, there are pyramids all around us. When you ride through your city every day and you say, man, look at that big pretty hill right there that's shaped damn near like a perfect pyramid. That was an old pyramid. This stuff got destroyed and nature just grew over it. And today we say, oh, that's a mound right there. That was once a beautiful stone pyramid back in the day. Like something like this. It like the pyramids we see today, that ain't all there was. Like these things were scattered everywhere, y'all. Even when you go to Ethiopia, it's hella pyramids in Ethiopia. If you just travel around Africa, you will see pyramids in places they shouldn't be, all in West Africa and South Africa. And you got to ask yourself, how can this be if what they telling us true about history, right? The Egyptians can't be the first civilizations that's advanced if we're finding older pyramids in West Africa, South Africa. You finding pyramids buried in the jungle in Asia that's older than Giza. So what we're seeing is the pre-Babel society. What we're seeing is the fact that the world was united. And for some reason, we were building these structures everywhere. And in my opinion, it was a free energy grid. So there's way more pyramids than what we think. You pass by them every day and don't know it. You think some of these hills, mounds, that's an old pyramid, and it would have been a beautiful stone structure. Like something like this right here. You people will ride by that and they'll say, look at that old mound that the mound builders built. That's a lie, bro. Advanced pyramid builders built this thing, and it happened and it got melted. Don't it look like Don't this look like a step pyramid that morphed and got melted in the mud flood? Look at it. You can clearly see this ain't no mound, man, because check it out, right? If you go to the board, let me show you somehow you know that they lying about this structure. Watch this, right? Check this out now. When somebody building a mound, they gonna do it like that. It's gonna be smooth like a dome. But if you building a step pyramid, you gonna see these little, you gonna see them little separations. You feel me? So if somebody building a mound, you ain't getting these individual steps, right? So when you go and you look at stuff like here, which is Cahokia in Mississippi, right? This is America right here, not Egypt. Now people think America, Egypt, but Egypt ain't even Egypt, and America ain't America. What we call in Egypt is a big ass empire called Tartaria that wasn't just Egypt and America. That shit was, man, Tartaria was the whole world. Everywhere we see these pyramids at, that's Tartaria. Now, guess what? We finding pyramids everywhere. So think of how big Tartaria is, y'all. We finding pyramids way in Antarctica. That's why I keep telling y'all, man, listen, Tartaria ain't an empire. It's just the old world. And in the old world, humans didn't have boundaries, geographic boundaries. I know that's hard to comprehend. There were 500, 600 years ago, we did not acknowledge geographic boundaries the way we do today. These boundaries just represented what part of Tartaria I was in, just like city regions, just like counties in a state. These boundaries didn't represent different nations. They represent different sites in one connected nation. It was more like these were all cities that was in the same state. They wasn't different states with their own cities. So when you go back in the Tartarian age, each of these places on a map would have been considered a region of Tartaria. It ain't like I'm looking at a different nation than mine. So back in the day, if you was a Tartarian, when you looked at a map, the whole world was your empire, and you was just saying, what region of my empire am I in? Not what different nation I'm in, because they don't speak a different language. Everywhere you went in the world, people would have spoke the same language. They would have had the same spiritual system. You just was in a different region of the empire. And Tartaria was so big, it was literally the whole world. And there was nowhere you can go in the world to escape this unified society. it was almost as if Tartaria is just a culmination of humans living on the earth for millions of years, undisturbed, uninterrupted, free to love each other without war and share information with each other. That meant with all those years, the world would have gotten very advanced and it would have gotten very interconnected, and we would have been all together, just like what the Bible was saying, working together, same language, building our pyramids everywhere. Some stopped that, and now it got us killing each other, speaking different languages. And that's the God most of y'all serving. That's the false God. The false God, the one destroyed Tartaria. So remember that. Now, we got a lot to unwrap. So let's get back to Cahokia right here, the Cahokia site. This is in the Southeast America. If you are from the Southeast like me, I'm a country boy. Can we drop our bombs and all that real quick? If you from the Southeast, don't worry if you ain't from the Southeast. I got some coming up for y'all too. But for my Mississippi mound dwellers, Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, Southeast, we want to really rep it, because the thing is, yes, America was part of Tartaria, but before people was like flocking up to New York and the Northeast, the Southeast was the head of power, so to speak. So today, like Washington, D.C., all of that is up north. If you would have came to this land during the Tartarian age, the Mississippi River would have been like where shit was popping. So the seat of power wouldn't have been in the tri-state area. It would have probably been in Tennessee somewhere, which is why I think they got a Memphis in Tennessee with a pyramid there, because it's a perfect seat for power, because you right here by the Gulf Coast. You can go right up here to the Great Lakes up in the Midwest, and you can skip over here and be at the Mississippi. You right at it. It's in your backyard, and then you at the Colorado River. So people don't realize that Memphis, Tennessee is literally Central America, which is why they call it the Midwest. Like when you in Tennessee, you really in the South, but people will call it Midwest in a lot of areas. And I was confused as a little boy, like, first of all, Tennessee is not in the middle of America and is nowhere near West. So what the hell is the Midwest, man? Right? And when you really think about it, is not that we're West, it's because you're looking at the Mississippi River. It's all got to do with the Mississippi River and access through river systems, because if you are in Tennessee, Arkansas, all of these little Midwest little tornado alley type, but what I'm saying is that can be seen as Central America, even though it ain't really central geographically, just because you can be in anywhere in America like that. Because let's say you live in Memphis, Tennessee. You can be in New York in a few hours. You can be in LA in a few hours. You can be in Florida in a few hours. You can be in Detroit in a few hours. You damn near in the middle, even though it don't geographically feel like it. But the way our rivers run, the way our flights run, it's like you in the middle of America, which, in my opinion, why they call it Midwest. But what I'm saying is the Mississippi River function like the Nile River because of what I'm saying. And that's why we see a lot of pyramids along the Nile, the Mississippi, the Amazon, right? So, yeah, FedEx is in Tennessee for a reason. That's a good shout out to Connector for giving me that, because that just gives me more validation for my claim, what I'm saying here about uh, what do you call it? On a topographical level, we can say Memphis is Central America. On a geographic level, it's Southeast, if that make any sense. But dealing with land and rivers and mountains and the way we traverse the land, yes, it would be considered Midwest. So there you go. That's why we call this Midwest. I think it got more to do with topography and travel routes more than it do geographic. So, but the point I'm making is that to my Southeast people, y'all fall back. If you live anywhere in America and you see old ass mounds and I'll give you another one. Historic hills, right? If you live in a city and they got these, if they got a big ass historic hill, or they may say, well, these little hills are historic, that might be old pyramids, and that might be a more historic than we think hidden with these new how they interpret it. You know what I'm saying? Just saying, keep your eyes open, because check it out, right? People will ride by something like this and they don't know they just rode by a big ass step pyramid. Look at how little that car is, y'all, and compare that to the base of this pyramid. Look at this shit now. You can't make this up. Look at how small the car is. Ain't nobody building no mound that big. Ain't nobody building no mound that big, bro. Ain't nobody piling up a stack of dirt that big. People building on this scale, they intelligent enough to do 90-degree angles, and that's what we see on the edge of here, 90-degree angles and squares and stuff. But guess what they will tell you? Oh, that's a mound. That come from the mound builders. No, bro. Them was pyramid builders. And they destroyed these pyramids with direct energy weapons, and it melted the stone like ice cream. This is a distorted stone pyramid that was melted with direct energy weapons. And over time, nature claimed it because we moved out these areas. Now we only go to visit the historic mounds, but it ain't no historic mound. These are freaking pyramids, y'all, and they were just as glorious as the ones in Egypt and everywhere else before they destroyed this stuff. So you can believe, see, this right here would have looked just like this, right? So this right here, it would have looked just like this. You can see the stairway. The people that built mounds, they didn't build stairways like that on them, because they built the door in front of the mound and you live inside the thing. You don't walk up it like it's a step pyramid. This is what they did with the step pyramids, man. Anybody with a brain can see this is not a mound. This is another Kukulkan site in Mississippi. You heard it first from Sanchez. I told y'all I didn't come to play today, man. Now, I know that's going to sound crazy, but I got my receipts. The idea of another Kukulkan site in Mississippi, in Cahokia, in the Southeast and Midwest sounds crazy. I know. But when you get this information, you realize this wasn't just one little site that they intended to be a vain monument, bro. That's a lie. These were functionable devices that were scattered all around the place. And here's one right here, y'all. Come on now, tell me I'm not cooking today, bro. Share the video, man. Share the video, bro. Help us reach our goal too. We got 2 hours, man, because we bringing the information that's cutting edge. Take a look at these sites. That ain't no mound. That's a sacred geometric 90-degree angles. This is a pyramid that's been destroyed. And now it looked like a mound. Now, we talk about the Babel Tower. Check it out. Check it out now. Here go the Bible's concept of Babel Tower. People who can live in something like this, you ever just look at this and see how silly we are? Who's building something like this, people? Look at this, man. Where do you live at? It's just an endless maze, man. It's stupid. It don't architecturally make sense. It was never intended to be a dwelling. It's a device. It's an antenna. Just look at it. Look at it. This is the Christian artwork showing us what they say in the Babel Tower is. Look at that. Everyone know if you look at this for just 1 minute, ain't no way this is a functionable dwelling space. It ain't like the Colosseum or nothing. It's like you go up in here and there's just an endless maze of hallways. It ain't even got no windows. It just got a bunch of endless doorways leading into nothing. What are you doing in this tower? What was it for? If you literally go study the architecture that they said that the Babel Towers was, it's baloney. It don't make sense. It only makes sense that these towers are just what they're called, towers. You know, like the Eiffel Tower. Let's look at it. Because if you want to say people was building steel towers, but right, if you want to delete that from history and take it back to, because look, we had evolved from stone systems. By the time they came, we had started building steel Tesla towers like what Tesla was doing. The Olmecs had evolved from steel. And the moment we evolved from stone to steel, there was a great reset. And the invaders came out of nowhere. Before we can fully transform everything from stone to steel. So the first steel structures we built were the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, and there are others, but these are Tartarian. There are a lot of steel structures around the world from Tartaria, but it represents the end of Tartaria. Right at the end of Tartaria, they had moved from stone to steel, and they was gonna start building the world we see today with steel structures like this. We have moved away from huge stone structures, and we had now started upgrading our world to steel. And at the beginning of this upgrade or reset, it was a perfect time for an invasion. Everyone know when you're resetting your systems, you're the most vulnerable now. See what I'm saying? So this is how everything was hijacked. But if you look at these steel towers, this is what the Babel Towers was right here. This would have been the base of the Eiffel Tower. Don't think stone, think steel. This was us taking a stone step pyramid and now taking it to the next level with steel. So when you take this kind of stone tower right here, and over time, this will evolve to stuff like what we see here and what Tesla was doing. And now the signal is stronger because you're using steel and not stone. So guess what? These stone structures can do what the steel ones can do, but it's just a more primitive form. This is just my theory, by the way, because a lot of people will tell you stone was in the pyramids. I would say steel, right? Which would make sense too. People will tell you, look, Sanchez, there was once steel incorporated into these structures, And they did have steel. There was no evolutionary process, Sanchez, from stone to steel. A lot of theories suggest that the steel was removed. And I've thought about those too, but I'm going to just, you can do your research on that. But these are definitely functional devices is what we want to get out of that. The Babel Tower was called a tower, not a building. Think about that. It wasn't the Babel Coliseum. It wasn't the Babel Arena. No, the Babel Tower. The word tower in the ancient word, well, here I go with ancient again. In the post pre-reset time, tower would have been antenna. The question is, what kind of antenna? Like, because some people will tell you there was no electricity. If there was no electricity in the old world, why do we got words like tower, antenna during these times? Why do you have gods like Zeus holding lightning bolts? And later on, we see Tesla looking like Zeus, because Tesla is basically holding lightning in his hand right now. He's the modern day Zeus. Because just like we see Zeus holding a lightning bolt, the gods knew how to transmit energy from the ether. They knew how to bathe themselves in it. The gods that walked the earth, they weren't scared of electricity. They knew that we were electric beings. They would let the electricity flow through their body like Tesla. Again, look at what he's doing. Look at what Tesla doing right here. He's Zeus. He's embodying the knowledge that they hid with Zeus. You see? And what this is showing us is that the gods understood you can transmit free energy from the heavens through your own body. And that you can literally live in a powerful world of power, knowing this stuff here, man. No inflation, free energy. Imagine an artist trying to save energy costs, so they're not doing as much art, and they can't sell as much art to keep the lights on. This is called inflation. It happens more than just artists. It happened to the cook, because everything requires electricity. And the problem is, if you live in a world where energy is free, you can imagine just leaving lights on all day and nobody care. Because I remember when I was a boy, your parents would say, boy, cut them TVs and lights off. You ain't gonna run my electricity bill off. Right? Now imagine a world where you can use as much electricity as you want. People would be more creative. People wouldn't limit their creative process by even thinking of financial barriers, right? That wouldn't even exist. So you literally, inflation is literally a result of energy costs. And this creates rich and poor. And it's basically you're rich versus poor based upon how much inflation affects you or not. And what dictates how much inflation affects you or not is how much you pay for energy. Now, guess what? The richest people in the world pay the less for energy. Now you see what inflation is. Let me break some down to you. The richest people in the world print the money we use. So the richest people in the world are saying, everybody got to pay for energy but us, because we use electricity to make money. Now, that's a legitimate argument, right? If I got to use my energy to make the dollars for y'all, I'm providing the public a service because we need money, right? And I'm using my energy to do it. So shouldn't I be excluded from paying energy bills? Makes sense, don't it? It sound right, right? that the higher we go up, the less we tax on energy costs. Well, that causes inflation. It causes inflation because check this out. Once you say, I don't have to pay for energy, but I can sell the energy, now that's what creates a monopoly. That's what creates a monopoly. It costs me nothing to generate the energy. And if I'm charging everybody for energy, you think I'm going to charge myself? You think the energy plant got a meter on its wall so it can build itself? The energy plant is a scam. They ain't burning rocks for energy. They're pulling it from a free grid. And what they're doing, they're getting something for free, charging you for it. That creates a monopoly. Because in a real world, they will say, look, we getting it for free. It ain't ours. So we technically can't charge anyone for it because we inherited from an old world people. We didn't build it. We squatted on this technology, these systems. And once we took charge, the only thing we changed, now we charging you for the energy from the free grid. So they rebuild the grid after they destroy and rebuild, and they rebuild the same system. Because if you think they burning fossil fuels, you crazy. They rebuilt the same free energy grid. They reverse engineered it over time. The energy we use and don't come from them burning no fossil fuels. They rediscovered this technology in the 40s and way before then. Tesla was using it. So when they got this from Tesla, they killed him and they just rebuilt because people was burning candles at that time. We lost the knowledge. Only a few people knew how the knowledge worked from the old world. Tesla was one of them that carried on the knowledge. They killed him, took the knowledge, and they rebuilt our entire infrastructure after that. And we started rebuilding that grid. The wires that you're running from your house to the so-called energy plant ain't going to no energy plant. They are not generating energy in the places they telling us. These are just collecting points and taxation collection points where they can now visibly see how much energy everyone using. You wouldn't have needed that in Tartaria because it was just free. I want to need to know how much each one using because it didn't matter. It's infinite energy. It's free. We can never run out, and we don't charge for it. The moment we charge for it, now we got to build a system to see how much you using, and I got to have a way to be able to cut yours off if you don't pay me. So we didn't build an energy plant. We built a system of taxing the energy plant that already existed. Like, we didn't build a new energy plant. We reverse engineered the Tartarian grid after we destroyed it, and it took us a long time. But when they started running those wires all around the street, that wasn't to power our buildings. That's just my opinion. Now listen, yes, do we get power from these wires? Yes. But what I'm saying is we didn't have to. The purpose of the wires was to monitor and track who's using what and to tax the shit. That's the only reason for the wires. It was wireless at first, but in the wireless system, you couldn't track nothing. But nothing need tracking because no one paid for free energy. Get what I'm saying? So Tesla is showing us what the Statue of Liberty would have, how it would have functioned. So when you look at Tesla here, what you're looking at is the Statue of Liberty, like lit up. He's posing as the Statue of Liberty because they learned this from the Statue of Liberty, people. When the Pilgrims came to America and they saw the Statue of Liberty lighten up, they was wondering how that technology worked. And over time, they reverse engineered the technology behind Lady Liberty, which is wireless energy from the ether. The torch was never a torch. It was a Tesla coil. And they learned that from Egypt too. Here go a collage I want you to look at. In the 40s, when the Pilgrims took over the land, they restructured the Statue of Liberty. The original torch, they destroyed it and they put this one there. Now, the original torch was copper. Guess what else is copper? A Tesla coil. Let me give a shout out to Marlon Wells. China has many large pyramids also that are seldom mentioned. They are close to each other and they built neighborhoods around them and pretend they're just hills. You may be able to Google them. Oh, you better believe those are part of China's free grid hidden in plain sight while they charge their people and create inflation, sucking the wealth out the masses. Everywhere you go, people are poor as hell. And the people at the top running the same scam all over the world. Energy costs and inflation. There are many fiat governments operating under many names, but they all are the Roman Empire that got rid of Tartaria and created this new system of dumbing everything down, hiding the knowledge of the earth, what the earth is, because the North Pole is a big-ass Tesla tower. And if you destroy the tower at the North Pole, we won't even be able to generate energy on Earth from nowhere. All the energy we pulling on Earth is coming from the ether. But the ether is just a big-ass energy field that's being created by the North Pole. The North Pole is its own tower. Y'all get what I'm saying? Let me show you something. Here, think of a tower, right? Let me show you what let me just do a demonstration. Let me go to the board. That'll be quicker if I go to the board. So these towers, right? These towers have an invisible bubble. You can't see it, but it's a big bubble of energy that can be pulled. So you got this tower, and they look something like this. These towers look like this. And surrounding these towers, right? Let's do another color. Surrounding these towers are these huge energy fields that look something like this. You see there? So these towers are emitting these huge bubbles of energy. And everything in that bubble of energy can power their mechanisms. So when one tower, when we reach the end of one tower's bubble, then they put another tower up. Thank you, Marlon, for being one of 10. We only need 9 more people. Thank you, Marlon. We need 9 more people, man. So you got this, and guess what? Our body is made just like the Tesla tower. The tower is your spinal cord. The dome is your head. You're creating a bubble just like this tower. See? Just like the tower. You see there? So this is technology that's made from studying what we are. We're transmitters of energy. We didn't create the energy. We don't destroy it. We transmit it And that's how the body powered itself. Just like a mechanism in Tartaria powered itself. So the Tartarians had an energy grid that they created by studying how the soul powers the body wirelessly by pulling its energy from the North Pole. And just to get, if you look at what I'm sharing with you on the screen right now, this is actually flat earth cosmology, because our entire reality is a digital signal being broadcasted from the North Pole. Let me show you exactly what I mean. We got to show this stuff. Stand by, we're going to get another collage. So you're looking at the field around a tower, and I want to hold up a second. I found what I'm looking for, but bear with me. All right, so let's pull this up. All right, here we go. Check this out. See the board, right? Now look at this. This the Big Bang. What is a Big Bang? Because when you have an explosion, the point of impact, then you have this big vibrational field around that little point. And that little point is the antenna. But the field around that is what I'm sharing with you right here. The North Pole is giving off a bubble of energy. That bubble of energy is what we call the atmosphere. Shout out to Susan Donahue. Thank you for supporting the show, being a sponsor of today's broadcast. Look at here, folks. In Egyptian cosmology, you got a god called Shu surrounded by Nut. Let me give a shout out to West Channel. Thank you for being a sponsor of today's broadcast. Here, I'm showing y'all an old concept. Look, here go the god Shu right here. Here go the god Shu. Look at him. He's in the middle of the earth. And guess what? Shu is personifying a tower. This is the personification of a tower. This would be like me personifying the Tesla tower. That's why Shu shaped the way he shaped. Look at the way Shu body shaped. Just take a quick minute, look at Shu here, and tell me Shu ain't a Tesla coil. The Egypt, think about it, right? Shu became the Thor hammer with the lightning coming from it. The Thor hammer with the lightning on it, that's the Tesla coil. The Thor hammer is the Tesla coil with the lightning coming from it. Look. Now check it out, right? Shu is a Tesla coil that we call the North Pole. It's the biggest Tesla coil on Earth. Like literally, y'all, if you went to the North Pole, you would see a big ass in the sky. Our sky ain't nothing but a huge electromagnetic bubble of energy. So bubbles of energy like this have to be created by an energy generator. Once we say that our atmosphere is electrically charged, it's basically a bubble of electromagnetism, then guess what we just said? The earth is created. We just debunked the Big Bang. That's what we just did. We just made the earth a device. Now check this out. Here's what they give us for the Big Bang. And I know we used to this. This is true stuff because when energy expands, this is the pattern it makes. But what we're not paying attention to is that The energy is just following the pattern of a Tesla coil. Check it out. The energy is following the pattern of a Tesla coil because it's following a universal law called as within, so without. The field around the Tesla coil is just a bigger image of the Tesla coil, expanded outward. That, if you really want to simplify it, is like onion layers. Every layer of the onion is a copy of the middle core, what's coming from the middle. And it's expanding outward in layers, just like what I got on my board here. So the tower would be the core of the onion, and the field would start to span away from that in layers, and each layer will be its own parallel reality. This is what the Tartarians would have been teaching on the Mississippi River, as well as knowing about free energy. Because the free energy concept is just one aspect of this knowledge. Let me give a shout out to the Ghetto Shawo Man, tapping in from vacation. Thanks for sharing. Thank you for being a sponsor of this broadcast. So I want to move forward now. I want to deal with some more stuff here. So one of the biggest theories in science, besides the theory of aliens building the pyramids, you have this theory of aliens giving man the knowledge of technology and music and electricity, all this. They want to do everything but say, we deleted the old world. They rather give it to aliens and all that, because they don't want to say, hey, man, when we showed up, the whole world was advanced. We wouldn't. Everyone had electricity, Tesla cars everywhere, and we didn't know about it. Let me give a shout out to Misanthropy 3190. Are there any ancient texts that explain why the Tartarians were defeated, and if these beings in charge, falsely called the elite, would no longer dominate the earth, or is their reign reflective of an indifferent ruler? I believe the Tartarians were defeated because they had an all-inclusive. Think of the Garden of Eden. It's a beautiful world, ain't no fighting, ain't no war, and because of it, you don't need prisons, you don't need police, you don't need militaries. All you need is nerds. And that's what Tartaria was. It was a world of humans living on this earth in peace for millennia, uninterrupted, without no war, no slavery, just having the time to study the stars and make shit. And we created a heaven on earth, a technological utopia, with all that time on our hands of not being bothered. If you leave people alone for a long time, them people will manifest some great stuff. That's right! And that's what Tartaria was. And I got to admit to you, we got to theorize about where these new people come from, because they just popped out of nowhere. Now, people say, well, they're the real aliens. I don't go for that, because I know we're the aliens. We're the fallen angels that come from the stars, not them. Me personally, I believe these people are NPCs. Me personally, I believe we're in a simulation, and the reason these people come out of nowhere and they didn't really belong to any specific land like all of us, because hear me out, I believe from the beginning of time, there are humanoids walking among us that look just like humans, but they don't have a soul, and they are more of an apparition, meaning they're just a digital hologram. Nothing is, they don't have a soul projecting them here like we do. They're being projected here from the simulation itself, from the game, like King Cooper and Mario. So they don't have a player on the other side. They can't die. They just exist in a simulation. And what I believe that the humans always had a system to where we was gods over the NPCs. In Tartaria, I believe we knew who the NPCs were, they knew who we were, and they knew that they were beneath humans. I believe in Tartaria, everyone knew we was in a simulation, and they knew we wasn't alone, that there were man and mankind, and everyone knew who they were. We knew that's mankind, that's man, and there was a hierarchy. And I believe the barbarians, the people that took over the earth, they are the mankind rising up against their fathers, rising up against their gods, right? Or the NPCs rising up against the player characters after so many years of living among us. But remember this now, in the book of Genesis, Adam and Eve was living on earth with some other humans in the garden that God didn't make. Let me give a shout out to West Channel. Thank you for being a sponsor of today's broadcast. Thank you. The Bible talks about humans on earth before Adam and Eve. Them the non-player characters that was in the game before we entered the game. They were made to be servants to us. And they were. For a long time. It was beautiful. And in my opinion, I believe, just like in all them scary movies, them sci-fi movies, when we go into them computers and we living in these digital worlds and AI start taking over, trapping us in the computer and shit, like this is a common sci-fi plot. What I'm saying right now, it is a very common sci-fi plot. So I'm saying this common sci-fi plot is a real reality. It ain't just some sci-fi plot. It's movie directors in my opinion, I think a lot of people know the truth and they tell it in ways like this. So one way that they hid technology in the ancient world, the one way they hid the Mississippi River civilizations, because you had Nile River, Indus River, you had Mississippi River, Amazon River, and there are plenty more river civilizations that were deleted because they don't want y'all to know how interconnected the world was, how unified Tartaria was before this conquest and reset. And one way they hid a lot of technology in the old world popping up when it shouldn't is with alien conspiracies. They said, you know what? We're finding gadgets all over the world that shouldn't exist because these gadgets are too complex for the humans at that time to have made them according to how we're describing the dumbass humans, right? So instead of them telling the truth, they say, well, one theory is that maybe visitors from outer space made contact with humans and gave them the knowledge. People, this shit make me mad now. They rather entertain that the aliens showed up to Earth and taught us music, electricity, calendar making. They rather say that than say, hey, humans was left alone on Earth for millions of years, and them humans was able to get so smart because they didn't have wars, they didn't go to work every day. Humans were living on Earth every day, waking up, doing what they want to do. They weren't punching no clock. They was living like the Garden of Eden. And humans were doing that for millions of years. And they were building advanced technological utopias. They was left alone. And because of that, for millions of years, all of the nerds around the world got together and was building these interconnected wireless utopias. That's millions of years of research and experimentation. Why would they give it to aliens? Well, I'd rather give it to aliens than tell the world it's me and my people who deleted all of that legacy. If they didn't tell you about aliens, they will have to say, because the question is, how did the ancestors get advanced technology that we don't got today? Because think about this. When they found the Antikytherian mechanism, for example, what happens is this. It's a smack in their faces because the problem with finding these mechanisms is that they got to say, well, the people got smart real quick and then they just lost that shit. So they got to have an excuse to explain how these ancient dumbasses made a complex mechanism one time and then stopped. And the way they explain that is saying, well, aliens showed up, gave us the knowledge, and when the aliens stopped visiting man, we lost the knowledge. Drop a one if y'all heard that bull crap before. Don't you know History Channel ran a whole series with that bull crap narrative? It's infuriating, man. It's fucking, it pisses you off because folks will think they smart repeating that shit. You're gullible, man. Come on now. They'll tell, guess what? They got a lot of problems because they lie a lot. And when you tell the kind of lies they tell, you end up in these corners where, okay, so advanced technology just popped up right here out of nowhere and disappeared again. And when you put yourself in these kind of corners, you got to tell a crazy ass lie. And aliens, as crazy as it is the least craziest one when you consider the corner they're backed in. You got to think, let that sink in a minute. Think about the corner that they're backed in. And the corner is, how does this technological device, this complicated mechanism, pop up in the middle of a desert of jungle dwellers? Where does this fit on the timeline? It doesn't. Which is why they got to come with a whole nother narrative that they never accounted for on the timeline, which is aliens showed up. Think about it. These people know they manipulated the timeline on purpose. They deleted Tartaria. So when we find these old instruments from Tartaria, that ain't none of that on the timeline. That ain't accounted for on the timeline. How do you get around that? Because you can't say, well, that ain't on the timeline because we manipulated the timeline. You can't tell on yourself. So now you got to introduce something new as an excuse to why the timeline didn't catch that. And whatever you introduce, it can't debunk the timeline that you already established. So what's the perfect lie? Some motherfuckers just showed up out the sky, gave us the technology, and when they left, the technology left. Man, that's a convenient ass lie, boy. Man, that's a convenient ass lie right there, boy, when you backed in the corner. And it's a lot of people that goes with that theory. That was a popular one. And that narrative was created because of we finding stuff we shouldn't find. So how do you incorporate these new findings into the narrative without fucking the whole narrative up with some Tartaria stuff? You create a smoke screen called UFOs and aliens. Now y'all see where we going? Now they said, well, the aliens built the pyramids, plural, not just the ones in Egypt, because we're finding pyramids in times where people supposed to be barefoot walking in the jungle, which is why they don't want to say that the Cahokia mounds are step pyramids. Because if they do, then they got to say that the mound dwellers were stone masons and they weren't no barefoot jungle dwellers, buddy. That's right. And they weren't no mound builders. They were architects cutting stone like butter, building the world's first skyscrapers. And you just reduce that to a jungle dwelling dirt hut mound builder. That's a lot of legend being deleted behind this mound stuff. So, yeah, they rather entertain aliens building these. Anytime let me show you the problem they got. Anytime you go around the world and you see a stone structure with sacred geometric shapes and 90-degree angles, and it's existing in a part of the world where the old maps are showing that civilization haven't been there for 500, 400 years, they got to say aliens built that. Because 500 years ago, they went on world conquest and they wiped out most of Tartaria. We're going to find more civilizations in the jungle that's buried behind vegetation. And they're going to, and when they say, well, this don't fit the timeline, how are we found, just like when we found Angkor Wat, people was like, how are we finding big heads of black men in Southeast Asia? How are we finding Olmec heads in Asia? See, they got to say, well, this is probably a time on Earth where the dumbass ancient people who was in the jungle came in contact with aliens. And the aliens gave them the knowledge of stonework. But when the visitors stopped coming to the Earth, we went back to our dumbass state. They got to say all of that to hide the fact that the ancestors had the knowledge at one point and lost it at some point. The truth is that we always had the knowledge and we didn't lose it until they destroyed our empire. They destroyed our system. They're not going to say we destroyed y'all shit. So when these civilizations pop up in the jungle and people say, wait a minute, if these people are old as hell, how they cutting stone like that? Because y'all said that they was dummies. They got to give y'all a lame ass excuse that the people contacted aliens and lost the knowledge when the aliens left. And we go for that shit. We go for that. They'll give you that because they don't want to let you know humans was on this earth learning and experimenting for millions of years, learning all kind of deep shit and discovering all kind of technology. Didn't know aliens give us nothing. The humans on this earth was being left alone for millions of years. And when you leave people alone for that long, they gonna come up with all kind of dope shit. It ain't that aliens had to teach them that. You want to delete those people's legacy and take away their greatness by saying something was given to them that they earned. And if they tell the truth that the ancients was this smart, guess what that'll let us know? If the ancients was this smart, it takes you hundreds of thousands of years to get this much information about the stars, about sound, vibration, about how to manipulate stone the way we see. Bro, I didn't say thousands of years. I said hundreds of thousands. This is hundreds of thousands of years of research. So when you deleting hundreds of thousands of years of intelligent humans behind monkey people, cavemen, Neanderthals, you got stone structures existing during the time on Earth where we supposed to be in these low IQ states in our evolution. You got structures that's older than what they dated Egypt at. And that shouldn't be, because their timeline says the first stone structures start in Egypt. So when we start finding pyramids in Mississippi, Antarctica, and all that, you ain't supposed to be connecting these dots. You ain't supposed to be saying, wait a minute, how big is Egypt? They don't want that awakening. Shout out to Fela B. They built them by thought, electromagnetism, where the thought is coming up with good ideas and inventions. Ain't no magic stuff. Is you got an intelligent mind. And when it ain't under stress and you in a beautiful environment like what they was in Adam and Eve in Tartaria, you can come up with some deep stuff. If all you got to do every day is think, you ain't got TV, you ain't got football, basketball, you ain't got TikTok, Facebook, nigga, you just got life. And if all you got is life for millions of years, you're going to figure out how to enhance life around you. We don't do that because we look at TV all day. But before people had all this shit, they was creating all this shit. That was fun to them, to be inventors, to live every day in life and say, you know what? I'm going to create a new tool that'll help it make it easier for me to get my apple off the tree. That was fun. Didn't nobody have TikTok. Didn't nobody have Nintendo. People just had problems that they was trying to solve in everyday life. And people then was just fascinated about inventing shit, creating shit. People was weaving baskets, and it was a very creative world because that was your entertainment. People were studying the stars and inventing calendar systems. It was just the time of creation, being a creator. The moment the world we in now, no one creates no more. And we creating less and less because of AI generated content and stuff. This is the trick of the barbarians against human consciousness. That's they are at war with the creator, but the creator is within all of us. It's the part of us that want to be creative and make new things. Humans don't want to make new stuff no more. We just want to generate it with ChatGPT. So they're getting rid of the creator and they're bringing the generators into the world. So in the future, won't be no more creators. There will be prompters, generators. And people will be like, you motherfuckers still create shit? That's primitive. The future is, if you still thinking of ideas with your own mind, you're slow. No one thinks anymore. You're so outdated if you still think. Like, you still write your raps on paper, Sanchez, and think them out? You don't allow AI to help generate it? No. Bro, you're outdated. Yeah, I'm an outdated nigga. I still maintain my full thinking responsibilities. I haven't outsourced that yet to technology. But the young folks, they all in, man. They doing homework with ChatGPT. Nigga, they generating their answers now. You couldn't generate shit. You had to figure it out and come up with it. You had to think of shit. Sit there and stare at the blank paper till some pop in your mind. Them days are gone because people just gonna fill that silence with ChatGPT. I catch myself doing it too. I'm sitting here, I'm writing something out, I'm thinking of something, I get stuck, and instead of me being old school, sitting back, taking a breath, and thinking out this thing when I'm stuck, what do? Open up a ChatGPT and just let it think of that for me. It's a shortcut. Well, because the real thing to do is if I reach a dead end where I'm stuck, is to think it through. We don't have to think these little problems through because I can just, but I'm still on topic because all of this is showing you how the Mississippi River civilization was wiped out. It's showing you the nature of the people who wiped it out and the nature of the people who was wiped out being our ancestors. So they hid a lot of this with alien stuff. And the reason we got a lot of the alien stuff today, it's a new, the whole concept of a UFO ship with a human being beamed up. It's them desecrating Tartarian concepts. And like I said, with the papacy, taking stuff literally that was never meant to be taken literally. And I'll give you an example, right? Here is the new papal literal interpretation of an old world Tartarian concept, right? And it's ufology, UFO concept. Now, when you look at this, this isn't new. This is a plagiarization of this. Look at this. This is called mushroom figurines, all right? These are called umbrella stones, and in some cultures, they're called the mushroom people. But these were little bitty stone relics that was used to teach. These were teaching devices. So an old teacher would hold this up in front of a class and they would teach about how the soul leaves the body. The old Tartarian spiritual system was about astral projection and out-of-body experiences. This is the man in the rocket, or what they call Rocket Man. But see, Rocket Man, let me just break some down to y'all what's crazy, right? Because here's what's crazy about this. Who ever heard of Rocket Man, the legend? Anybody ever heard of Rocket Man? It's a comic book character and an old legend. It's half man, half rocket. His body is a rocket. But the thing about Rocket Man, right? This concept of Rocket Man or Rocket Men, this is what Jesus is, Enoch, all of them. They had a dome head because when you take the man and mix him with a rocket, he gonna look like a cone head. And one of the first rocket men was the pharaohs in Egypt. I'm gonna show you. Give me a minute. You see how the light is making a cone on this person's head? You see how the light is a triangle, but the light makes a cone? This UFO concept comes from Egypt. I'm going to show it to you. Here it is right here. It's called Optimism. It's called Optimism, and I'm showing you how it was corrupted. Look Look at, let me show you something real quick. The man standing under the cone right here. Let me pull this up. Hold on. The UFO concept, right? Leaving the earth. Things coming to the earth and leaving off the earth. The whole UFO concept. Hold on. Man, where's the Pharaoh image? I'm searching for something. Hold on. Hold up. Because I tried to pull it up over here too. I'll try again. Pharaoh Arton. He got the cone head. This Pharaoh is the real rocket man. That's why I put them up. People didn't like Aten. If you put an S in front of his name, it's Satan. The reason people don't like him, he destroyed the old world Egypt and brought us into the papal Egypt. So what today, whenever they glorify Egypt, they glorify Aten's version. But the Egypt before Aten was, the Tartaria, not the Roman Empire. But see, Aten ain't an alien getting beamed up. The reason he got a cone head is because that's a Neuralink hat. Yeah, that's a Neuralink hat. He got that big hat he got on, that's a brain-computer interface. And that's why he's called Rocket Man. Aten was able to leave the earth. I don't know if y'all know that, but Aten, they speak of him as a god with all these abilities. I'll show you other depictions of him. Here he is right here with his device on his head. And I made this collage so you can see Aten was a transhuman. He wasn't an alien, he was a transhuman. He advanced the technology of Tartaria too much, let's say. Everyone was very advanced with technology, but see what Aten started to cheat death with the technology. And he started to blend the humans with the non-player characters. So he became very hated in Egypt. And the devil is hated because why? The devil is Aten. Satan, Aten, put an S in front of it. The devil had a bunch of horns on his head. Why? They turned the Statue of Liberty into a technological device. But before it became a device that they wear on the head, it was an invisible portal connecting us to the heavens right here. You see the chakra right here, the crown chakra. This is the UFO ship right here because this is turning around. So as this turn around, it looked like man is being beamed up in like light. See what I'm saying? So this became a circular UFO ship, and the light connecting to the man became like the central nervous system and all that, But it's this right here is this here. It's the same concept. So when the Roman Empire went around the world, they saw when the Roman Empire went around the world, they saw this right here. Mushroom people. And the mushroom people was teaching them about leaving the earth. Not about UFOs and aliens, but about the crown chakra. Let's look at the mushroom people here. See this? This is a little figurine that was a teaching device. So the old world teacher would have been teaching with this and would have been telling a child or a class, teaching about the central nervous system. It's no different than what they was teaching in Egypt. I'll show you another version so you can see what I'm talking about. Here's another version right here. Let's pull it up. How many of you familiar with this? This is called the backbone of Osiris. It's teaching about the central nervous system. is teaching about the Pharaoh and the knowledge of how the spirit interacts with the body via the spinal cord, the central nervous system, and the chakra bands. See this? When you look at this Pharaoh demonstrating our chakra bands, wrapping up our God body, right? The Pharaoh is basically a mushroom man or a mushroom figurine. In other words, the Pharaoh here, what they was teaching in Egypt is what we was teaching here in Mesoamerica. It's the same system. It was all Tartaria. So this is a rocket man. This little figurine today, he became what they call today rocket man or rocket men. The concept of rocket men, half man, half rocket, comes from old world technology that's being hidden. Man is not a rocket, but your soul can launch up out of your body like a rocket. Does that make sense? So the papacy wanted to take everything literally to hide the truth. So they took this concept literally right here, and it became Rocket Man, the legend of Rocket Man. All of these new legends are just old knowledge. I'm going to say that again. New legends are old knowledge. New legends are hiding old knowledge, even the legend of Jesus. The legend of Rocket Man, which is a new legend, it is them trying to basically, this is Aten for real. The Pharaoh Aten with his hands raised and his cone hat on. That's him right there. This concept of leaving the earth just get watered down over time, and that's by purpose. But this guy here is Rocket Man with the cone head, with his arms open like that. The same legends are still being told, but it's just that back in the day, it wasn't a legend. It was the knowledge being embodied by people and archetypes and figurines like what I'm showing you here. These were the first rocket men, or half man, half rocket, or half man, half vehicle that's going to get me to the stars. Because it ain't just a rocket, it's a mushroom. Because a mushroom was said to be used as a vehicle to the stars. So half man, half mushroom is no different than half man, half rocket. But there was no such thing as a rocket. The rocket industry is just a result of them taking the mushroom figurines and making them literally. They're finding figurines all over the earth, and it looked like it's a man inside of a rocket. But really, if you look at this image right here, it's a man inside of an energy field. If you take away the bubble from this field and just look at the hourglass, the two cups right here, you will get what the Pharaoh doing right here, man. The Pharaoh looked like he's in like an hourglass. See this? But that's the electromagnetic energy field without the bubble. It'll be like if I took this right here and took these little bubbles off each side, it'll just be a man inside of a little hourglass, little trunk. And that's what the Pharaoh's showing you. The reason that the Pharaoh is sliced up in layers is because the bubble is slicing this man up. Look at the bubble. You see it? Look at the bubble. It's a cage, so it's got these layers on it. So it's slicing him up into layers because the bubble is a grid. And that's how the Pharaoh get these layers right here, slicing him up. Because the bubble is chopped in different sections for each chakra, creating each section of the field. This bubble ain't nothing but your 7 chakras orbiting your body real, real fast. And instead of you seeing 7 chakras, we just see a big bubble around your body. It's no different than instead of you seeing one hand, you see a maze of hands right now because it's moving in motion. And that's like if you got these 7 balls of light just going around your body real fast, you don't see 7 balls of light. You just see a big bubble around the body. But the field is created by the orbiting of these 7 chakras. Each 7 chakras creating its own band because it's orbiting you. And this is why the Tartarians, or the old flat earth people in Tartaria, they taught that we're all in the middle of the universe. This would have got you put to death. Rome would have put you to death for teaching that you're in the middle of your own energy field, or you're in the middle of your own dream. Life is a dream, and the world around you is a projection from within you. And when the spirit stop projecting, God will wake up on the other side. You got 7 projections, each one wrapping you up like a mummy. But the mummy is waiting to be unwrapped in the base reality. So this is what your God body looked like. And as you live and die through each of these incarnations, one of these bands will be moved. Every time you live a lifetime, one of these bands disappear. And when all of these bands disappear, your God body will be free. This is like you're wrapped up like a straitjacket, right? And the Pharaoh waiting to be born again, but he got to sleep in the trunk like Buddha for this process to take place. Now, I'm teaching you this so you can see what the Mississippians would have been on. These kind of figurines are found throughout America to show us that the ancient Americans, the old world Americans, because they wasn't ancient, it's just 400, 500 years ago, but they turned this right here into legends like this, right? By literal interpretations. This wasn't meant to be taken literal. This was teaching about how the consciousness shifts out the body and travel parallel realities in the sky. But when the papacy come along and hide the truth by inverting it with a literal interpretation, now we get the Rocket Man legend of men that's half man, half rocket, literally leaving the earth. So all of these new legends and myths are just new lies that are being told to hide old knowledge. Don't you know that lie and story are synonyms? You can't tell a story that ain't a lie. So I don't know why people think that their story is the truth. I'm not even making this up. If you get a thesaurus and look up the word story in the thesaurus, one of the synonyms gonna be lie. Storytellers are liars. People didn't tell stories back in the day. They taught with parables. That ain't storytelling. That ain't myths and legend and myth gossiping with folklore. Because when you go to telling about myths and legends and folklores, people believe that stuff literally. People believe in Bloody Mary, Candyman. These are boogeymen, right? That's not literal, like the devil. It's us misinterpreting symbols, like the one right here, which created the myth of Rocket Man. If you telling a lie, when I was young, they say, boy, quit telling them tales. Tales and stories are lies. There is no difference. They're synonyms. They will tell you if you telling a lie, you telling a story, boy, or you telling a tale. Now, who come up from my generation? Who remember when the old lady would tell you, Boy, quit telling them tales. Who remember when the old lady would tell you, boy, you telling all them stories? They didn't use the word lie. They said, quit telling tales or stories. Because a story, a myth, a legend, all of it is a lie, man. There are no real stories. That's like saying this is a real lie right here. But that's what Christians do. They say my story, the truth. Bro, 3 little bears can never be true. None of these legends or folklores can be true because they were all symbols that got distorted with literal interpretation. So it don't matter which distorted interpretation you embrace. Neither of you your stories are true. The truth is deciphered behind the story. Now, let's get to the meat of the title, but because this is all relevant, but it's giving you a lot of rich knowledge that we lost in Tartaria about the soul and technology. And that's what I wanted to do here so we can see a little bit of what the Mississippians would have been into spiritually, tapping into the Mississippian spirituality. So, and this would have been what the Egyptians and all them was on, right? So let me move on here. Let's move on. Basically, I'm doing this to sync Egypt with America because people think that the pyramids in America is Egypt. But the whole point of me teaching all this deep stuff right now is to show you Egypt ain't Egypt and America ain't America. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to show y'all when we say America is Egypt, that all of it was just Tartaria. That's why I'm showing this collage right here. Because the Tesla coil is the Ankh. The Statue of Liberty was just another archetype for the Pharaoh Aten. Or not even Aten, but because he was the Pharaoh that sold out. But what the Statue of Liberty is, it don't represent nobody. It's just a symbol of man reaching a point where we started to understand the ether. The Statue of Liberty is basically the god Thor with the Thor hammer. But the god Thor with the Thor hammer is just a westernized modern folklore about the Pharaoh Aten down here who's holding the Ankh. Now, what they don't want you to know is that the Pharaoh Aten was using Tesla coils to cheat death. He was using this technology to cheat death. And I'm not going to go into that today. That's a different stream. But what he's holding is a Tesla coil, or what we call an Ankh. This is what the Ankh is, right? It's technology. The Ankh ain't just a symbol of life. Life is light. All right? And on a technological level, life is electricity that we use. So the Ankh was a symbol of free energy, electricity. It was a device. You got a bunch of Kemetic priests today that deleted that, and they want to just make it a vain symbolic gesture, and they want to take the technology away from it. They don't want you to know it's a functionable device. It ain't a vain object, a vain symbol that just mean life, right? That's boring. But the Statue of Liberty is like, is so many versions of the Statue of Liberty. And again, Thor is one of them. The concept of Jesus holding a key in his hand and Jesus saying that this key represents life because it's the key over life and death. That key is the Ankh key. And Jesus is just a modern westernized form of the Statue of Liberty and the Pharaoh Aten. And I can show you several deities holding this key, but it's not a key, it's a coil. The reason they personified as a key, because it unlocks free energy. Keys unlock stuff, right? And this Tesla coil unlocks the gates to the ether. Without this, that's locked. We can't access that energy. This is the foundation of how we get electricity, y'all. Without this Tesla coil, we don't have lights right now. So it unlocks a whole nother layer of our reality, which is lights. That is a dimension of reality that won't exist without this technology. In other words, when you talk about 2-dimension, 3-dimension, 4-dimension, how many dimensions make up our reality? We would have less dimensions in our reality if the energy grid left right now. The only little taste of a 3-dimensional reality we have is technology mimicking 3D. But we haven't experienced the totality of 3 dimensions. Technology is giving us a peek into what it would be like to talk to people over there that's way over there. We can do that with a phone. But in the higher dimensions, you don't need the technology. You can just do it anyway. It's the nature of who you are and where you are in those realms. We rely on the technology here to make this lower realm have some semblance of the higher realms. And in order for this lower realm to resemble what people are doing in the higher realms, we got to weigh ourselves down with technology. But the ancients didn't make technology. They created spiritual techniques to just help them go to the higher realms. Why would I build all this heavy technology and weigh myself down in the underworld when I can just go to them worlds where people are already using telekinesis? They already doing everything the technology allowing us to do naturally. Why don't I just transcend this world and just go there and do that? So the technology keeping us from going to heaven in so many ways because it's giving us a taste of heaven and we're content with just a sample than actually going, if that makes sense. And this is why Aten was hated. Aten was saying, listen, we've become so technological, we don't even got to be good anymore. We don't got to follow the law of karma no more. We only needed to follow karma when we were bound by universal laws. But look at all this technology we got. We can cheat these laws and rules now. And that's why Aten is the devil. That's why Aten got us kicked out of heaven. Because heaven is when we was using all this technology to make everybody a better person. And we stopped using this stuff for that. We got to fight. We went to war with each other because people were saying, look, why are we using this shit to make everybody better? Right? Because making everybody better mean everybody get to transcend the earth realm and go to the higher realms. Aten was like, we don't have to follow these goody two-shoes laws and treat people right to go to heaven and to be immortal and to experience what the gods are experiencing. Hey, man, we've gotten so smart. Look at all our technology. We don't got to follow the rules anymore. We can bypass the universal laws by becoming transhumans. This was Aten's idea. This is the beginning of humans merging with technology so that they can cheat death. And by cheating death, you're cheating karma, because karma says if you want to be immortal, you got to be good and rise up to the higher realms where you can live forever. Aten said we don't got to do that no more. We can just be immortal in the underworld, and we can build technology that can do what they doing in heaven. And that's how we end up in this world right now, of transhumanism, of them trying to make heaven on earth. I just showed you who Aten is. He's the one to come along and start bringing forth this Elon Musk technology of brain-computer interfaces. He comes along with his big head. He's the big-headed scientist. Here he go right here. He comes along because Jesus was a non-human. Like all of these gods that y'all worshiping, they lineage go to the transhumans because there were no transhumans at first. It was just humans and NPCs. The transhumans were created when we start mating with the non-player characters, bro. There are robots without souls that's been in this simulation. Humans could not mate with them because we got souls. But the brain-computer interface allowed us to merge and mate with the fucking non-player characters. Because humans started putting chips in their head, and that allowed them to become one with the fucking AI robots. That allowed them to basically merge with AI. So all of the humans that got the BCIs in the past, they were the first transhumans or hybrids. They were a new race that were created. And this new race, this hybrid race, is what we've been going to war with, y'all. Because when we defeat them, then the NPCs are easy to control because they need humans to do their work because they don't have a real manifestation. The NPCs don't really have a body. They got to merge with humans that got a body to carry their will out, which is what created religion. Religion is you saying, I'm not leaning into my own understanding. I'm not using my own mind. I'm merging with my non-human God, and I'm letting the will of God, I'm a puppet now. Let God's will be done through me. Give me the mind of Aten. Hook me up to the hive mind and let it think for me. Let God's thoughts be mine. Why would the universe give you your own mind and not want you to have your own thoughts? The devil is deceiving the world. By the year 2100, most humans gonna be chipped up. There are transhumans walking around right now, and the agenda that's being manifested on this earth is to get everyone like what you see right here. But the chips are different now. They don't protrude up out the head and look goofy. You don't even know a person got the chip today. A lot of these celebrities that get shot and they come out the hospital looking different. A lot of these entertainers, they go on a trip or they lose their mind, right? The Kanye West effect, the Dave Chappelle, and they come back different. These people are either replaced or they have a procedure undergone to where there's nothing in their head anymore. Ain't no light there. It's a chip there. And once you get online with the board, you no longer have free will. Religion was not made for the gods. It was made for the NPCs. The people that built the pyramids on the Mississippi River, they weren't humans like everyone else. They were gods. The gods are, you got three kind of people. You got NPCs, and those are just a blank shell running on an algorithm what the simulation given. They don't even have a brain or a mind. It's just a program. Like you saying, ChatGPT, make me a video of Jim Carrey doing 10 jumping jacks and touching his nose. Jim Carrey ain't thinking about doing that. There's no thoughts involved. It's just me typing out a program and him manifesting it. That's called prophecy being fulfilled. So the mystery of the Mississippians that built the pyramids is that they went to war with transhumans, and their tribes were scattered all around the world and blended into the ranks of the transhumans. Now we don't know who is who. And that's by design. That's so the wolves in sheep clothes can stay hidden. Because in the old world, before they destroyed Tartaria, we knew who was who. We had technology that we basically had a system of knowing who was an NPC and who was not. And when they destroyed Tartaria, they destroyed that system that allow us to be able to distinguish the real from the fake. Now we don't know who is who, and that helps them out. And they can say, well, we're all human. No, we're not. The people that's carrying out this transhuman agenda on Earth, them the robots, them the transhumans that sold out. What people think Tartaria went to war with regular humans. I'm trying to tell you what destroyed Tartaria, what destroyed the Mississippi pyramid civilization. There was a great reset that destroyed Tartaria. And that great reset was the result of a great war knocking out the energy grid. It had to be rebuilt after that. The Great War was not fought between humans versus humans. That's what the part that most people ain't telling y'all. The war was between the gods versus the transhumans and the NPCs. We never even called ourselves humans in Tartaria. We called ourselves gods and goddesses. Human is a new word that they gave to gods when we fell into the animal kingdom, because we started operating outside the law, and because the people who was operating outside the law of karma, they didn't have to follow karma to achieve immortality. Because why? The Holy Grail gave them immortality. But for everyone that didn't have the chip in their head, when you died, your immortality was achieved in the higher realms when you got a new body, a stronger body that don't age, it don't get sick. And you keep moving up to these higher realms, and every time you move up, you're getting more and more less mortal. So your final incarnation, that body is indestructible. That's called a God body. When you resurrect in the higher realm in your God body, you're now completed this shit and gained true immortality. But these doggone beasts don't want us to do that. They just want to put a chip in your head and say, look, you can live forever down here. Yes, you're going to age, but when your body rot out, we'll just shift your consciousness to another meat package, because they can grow limbs in the lab, y'all. They can take a piece of your goddamn skin and grow a whole leg with it. These people got their next body in a tank waiting right now. And when this body die, they just gonna shift their consciousness with the Neuralink wirelessly, boom, to the other body, and they gonna get rid of this body. These celebrities have changed bodies mid-life. We so goddamn dumbed down, y'all. These celebrities be body swapping in the middle of their life, and people don't even know it. Some of us see it. We be like, wait a minute. That nigga different. He's changed. What happened to the tattoo right here? What happened to the birthmark right there? Bro, you can't make this up. People think I'm crazy. People think these folks can change bodies right now and be like, you know what? I don't like my ass. Make me a new body. Well, we print you up a new body right now. What you want? Bigger thighs and all that shit. And these folks ain't got to go under a knife. They put the chip inside that new body. And when they make the transfer, they transfer their consciousness wirelessly, press a few buttons, and they get a blur screen, the static, and that shit shift to the new body, and they get up like, oh yeah, I like this body. Good job, because that last body, you didn't have my ass right. You know what I'm saying? If you don't think this shit right here happened, then I'm going too deep for you. And I know I can be too deep. I can lose people that be like, Sanchez, I don't know about all that, man. But just know this, I'm not faking. I really believe this shit. Like, this is dear to my heart. Like, this, I really believe what I'm saying, man. So, yeah, like, we went to war with transhumans and we lost. Can't defeat no damn cyborgs. And it ain't meant for you to win. It's meant for you to leave and get the hell up out these people's simulation. We don't come from a fake world. We come from a real world. And this world ain't gonna bow and kneel to us because we ain't got the home court advantage. They do. Our world was destroyed and their world rose up out of that. That was called the Great Fall. In other words, if I take you back in time to Tartaria, we'll be in the same space, but a different time. Two different worlds, man. You think, and people can't grasp that. They be like, Sanchez, how is this the same earth and a different earth? Because it's a paradox. The 80s was a different earth than this earth. If I rewind time right now, and because what we call reality is just the environment we currently live in, but because the environment changed, we redefine what life, what reality is. And every time we redefine what life and reality is, that becomes a new world. We have to redefine it because it no longer resembles the old one. There's shifts. You can manipulate the biology of humans and the environment so much that over time, it don't even look the same. And once we reach these thresholds where we stop resembling the last thing, that's called a reset. The Great Fall, when we fell from Eden, that earth was destroyed. That atmosphere is gone. The water composition that made up the lakes and rivers in that world don't exist no more. It's the same earth, but it's a different earth. Both are true. Both are true. We in the same earth, but different earth based upon terraforming. You in the same space, but a different time. So geographically, it's the same earth, but realistically, it's a different world today. So reality ain't got nothing to do with geographics. It got something to do with what we agree upon to be our reality. What do we want in our environment? How are we going to define the things we put in it? We define every aspect of our reality. Right now, we're choosing it to interpret it literally. All of the symbols and stuff from our old world, we created a world by decoding that stuff. The new world we made is by taking it literally. So when we go outside and look around us, this is the result of us making the world by inverting the old world. Everything that governed the old world, invert it, and you get the world outside. So if people created a utopia by decoding symbols, now they're creating a hellhole by literally believing the symbols. Everything is just flipped and inverted. See what I'm saying? In the old world, we created heaven by decoding symbols. In the new world, we create hell by literally believing in the symbols as graven images. All right, so that's what happened to Mississippi and the Grand Canyon. The Mississippi River flowed into the Grand Canyon. It would have filled all of that up. It would have split up into the Colorado, and it would have flowed and filled up the Grand Canyon too. When you're walking in the Grand Canyon, you still in the Mississippi River. I don't care what they renamed it. The Mississippi River start from the Delta of Mississippi in the Gulf of Mexico, and it go from the east coast of this continent all the way down out to the Pacific Ocean, down there where I'm at right now, what they call in the Colorado, the Grand Canyon, all that. That's the Mississippi. And just like the Nile River, you got a major river that cut clean through every continent. There's not one continent on earth that's a solid continent, because every continent on earth is split in two sides by a major river. We like to look at Africa as this one big continent, but that's a lie. You got two different Africas, this side of the Nile and that side of the Nile. And guess what? In every continent you went to on earth in Tartaria, that's what separated every land. The fucking major river that ran through it. We still talk like that today. If you from the South, we say, no, I'm on this side of the Mississippi. Drop a one if y'all know what I'm talking about when people say this side of. 3 words, this side of. That's common. We do it all the time. This is Tartarian. Everyone spoke based upon the major river that flowed through their continent. They will tell you, oh, I live on this side of the Mississippi. I live on this side of the Nile. They do that in the Amazon too. They got different tribes that separate by which side of the river you live on. So to act like these river valley civilizations weren't just here yesterday is stupid, because we still use the terminology of Tartaria. When you say, I'm on this side of the river, or even this side of a certain structure, that's not modern stuff, bro. That's pre-reset shit right there. That's pre-reset shit. Because what happens is people start to now build these complex road and grid roads where now people start getting cross streets. People start becoming more local to their little areas. But before that, people were wanderers, because everywhere you went, you didn't leave your land. I'm still in Tartaria. It's so big. It's like I'm born in a big ass tribe, and our land is so big that I'm going to spend my whole life trying to explore my tribe's land, and I'm never going to see it all. I'm never going to meet all the people in my tribe, because my tribe's so big and it's so many people. We all over the earth. Everywhere you go, you see my people. That was how the mindset you had when you was traveling back in the day. And I got to do that so I can tap you into the mentality of the people. The maps was different. Geographics was different. People didn't say, well, you know, I'm from New Jersey. They said, I'm from this side of the Mississippi. That's it. They didn't say what city you from, what state you from. You know why? Cities and states didn't exist. That's why I'm telling you, this is old world terminology. We were very vague because you couldn't pinpoint people to like a certain house address that they stayed at their whole life, and they grandma stayed there, and everybody in that hood, and here go the cross streets. It wasn't like that in Tartaria. People were bigger thinkers. They looked at the whole world like, damn, my hood big as hell. Let me go explore this part of my hood. And they may have been going to a whole nother country to us today, but back then, I'm just exploring another region of my hood, which is Tartaria. And that's a different way of looking at the world than, hey, I'm going into somebody's land and I'm a stranger when I get there. Ain't no strangers. Think about being able to go anywhere in the world and you at home. You are a legit citizen there. You belong there. It ain't no border. It ain't like, okay, I'm in New Jersey, So I'm visiting your state. No, all this shit mine. It's all ours. I'm not in your state. You ain't in my state. You get what I'm saying? Everywhere I go is my state, and I'm a native to it. I'm born in every land. It's like, let's say your city was the size of the whole earth. Where would you go where you ain't born at? Because a nigga will stand up in his city and say, I'm born in this city. And he'll travel 100 miles down and say, I'm not born here. You're born on the earth, man. These boundaries don't exist. So how is it I'm born here, but if I step right here, I'm not born here? But I'm born on the earth, right? These boundaries messed y'all mind up. There was no place we went that wasn't our home. So back then, you couldn't step foot on no dirt and say, I'm a visitor. No, I'm just in another part of my backyard. I'm still on my fucking property. I'm not on your land. I haven't left my land yet. My land just big as hell, okay? So I can travel way to another country and say, man, I was born here. What you talking about? And I can go to a whole nother area and say, bro, I was born here. What do you mean? Because the borders is all of it Tartaria. That's all you doing. You saying, okay, I'm born in this little city. And when you walk out that circle, you say, I'm not born there. But what if your city was this big? You will be able to walk anywhere in that circle and say, I'm born here. You will be sovereign. You will have rights to the land no matter where you at because of that. Your privileges won't be suspended by crossing borders because borders don't exist. Everywhere I go, I'm in Tartaria, which means I'm at home. I was born here. Treat me like a native. See, this concept of classes is new. It's new. It's a new world concept. I'm giving you a glimpse of what it's like to be a pre-Babel person, to live in the earth before the Babel story. It would have been a beautiful place. Everywhere would have been home. And like the Bible said, everybody would have spoke the same language, same frequency we on. It's just my brother over there, just another part of my family, man. We one people. We didn't become divided until 500 years ago. At this time, people, is 2 more sessions of our lecture. And it's going to require me doing a poll. We got to do a new poll. And what I need to do is I need to ask, did you watch my documentary on the Statue of Liberty? Because I wanted to play that inside of this for y'all because it needs to be played in here. The pyramids on the Mississippi River was built by the same people that later built the Statue of Liberty, that later built, what else we got in America? Got more steel structures like the San Francisco Art Institute. We're seeing these people evolve. They're going from stone structures to steel. And right when they start replacing all the stone stuff with steel, the reset happened, which is why we can only trace history back to the Stone Age. Think about what I'm telling you. We can only trace history back to Flintstone, Stone Age. But we know that people was dealing with metal and steel for a brief period. And then all of a sudden, history deleted. What happened? It's like we got this little brief pocket where we go from stone to steel work and someone slammed the door right when we get to steel. So you will find little steel structures, some incompleted. They look out of place. They don't fit the historical timeline. The Antikytherian mechanism is made out of steel, bent metal, not wood, not stone. So the Tartarians had evolved from stone to steel. And right when the transition from stone to steel, the world got reset. Somebody then, it's like some creatures that run the simulation said, we ain't ready for humans to discover steel yet. We need them to have another 100 years of stone. Because we start working with steel, the reset happened, and we go back to stone and wood for like 100 to 200 years. And then we rediscover steel right here in the 40s with Henry Bessemer and all them, which is in the 1900s, in the 20th century. Well, 1900s to 1990s, we're perfecting steel in the 1900s. But we finding steel objects way back in the day before we invented steel. So we invent steel, we get wiped out, and the knowledge go away. And the people who end up with the knowledge, they got to reverse engineer us back to the steel age, because the moment we make it to steel, the shit hit the fan. And the people who wipe us out, they take over the earth, but they don't have the knowledge of steel yet, because when they settled in Tartaria, we had only mastered wood and stone. And the people that settled with us, they didn't even master stone. Everything they learned about carpentry and wood come from us. And these people become lumberjacks, making wood huts after the reset, even though we got stone monuments in the background. So now we have to reinvent stone cutting technology, reinvent steel technology. And it ain't reinventing, it's reverse engineering it. It's the gods understood the technology because they was at the brink of it, at it. And now when we kill them, all that knowledge died with them. And so we got to now pick up where they left off and spend the next 100 years leaving the stone and wood age, even though we just left it. So we technically 200 years behind, y'all. And it may be more years behind than that, because this may have happened more times than once. We discovered steel thousands of years ago. So when they said, oh, we discovered steel in the 1900s, we reverse engineered it, man. We behind, man. We're literally living in a primitive post-apocalyptic world, and they telling you we're living in the most technological age. That's funny. That's funny. That's fucking funny. That's funny, y'all. The version of Earth that we're living in has got to be the most primitive, retarded, dumbed down. Bro, if you was living on Earth during the Egyptians and the Tartarians, it would have been some futuristic type shit. So literally going back is going to the future, which is why they named that movie Back to the Future. We destroyed an advanced technological Earth, and then we had to get back to that where we destroyed. Everything we doing now is just getting back to where we already was. We catching up. And we so far behind, people, it make me wonder how far was our ancestors, because pyramid talk is easy stuff. Like, we're fascinated with pyramids, If you was a Tartarian, no one cared about no damn pyramids. Like, think about this, right? Pyramid building is like their first discoveries. How to cut the lights on. Let there be light. Okay, we got electricity. Who can, like, once we invent energy and learn how to make the technology to use the energy, no one goes around glorifying pyramids, bro. We do that today because we don't know what the pyramids are. It's functional technology. It's like if 100 years from now, we stop using toilets because humans don't have bowel movements no more. We've evolved to such an advanced transhuman. We don't poop anymore. We don't pee anymore. So 200 years from now, the knowledge of what toilets are is gone. We lose it because all the humans that was using toilets, they die off. So everyone who know what these things are, they gone, they died. All the humans that was shitting and pissing and using toilets, they die. So you get hundreds of years passing, the toilet's still here, but the humans that used them ain't here. So the new humans are looking at these old things that they digging up in jungles and all that called toilets, but they don't know what the fuck these things were for. They just know it's some kind of mechanism that was built by old humans. So they go to looking at the toilets and saying, maybe this is a god, right? Maybe this toilet is a beautiful monument that they decorated in their houses, because we finding these things by a bunch of near a bunch of residentials. We tend to find them in these ruins of these old, what tends to be like residential dwellings. Maybe this was a god that everyone put in their old house so that they can worship this god. And what if they say, you know what, this is the old god of our ancestors. Let's put these things in museums and let's put them, you know, this is the ancient god. What's the brand name for a toilet? Right? If you look at your toilet, they got these companies that make them. That'll be the name of the god, right? But it'll just be people misinterpreting an object based upon the fact that they don't have no idea what this thing was for, because it don't apply to their modern butts. They don't poop and piss no more. So check it out. When we look at pyramids, it's the same way. We don't astral project anymore. We don't get out of our body anymore. We don't deal with our spiritual side no more. So we walk up to these pyramids like, hey, it's just a pretty monument. It's beautiful artwork. It's just a monument of stone that you just look at and just look at it. I mean, just look at it. It doesn't function as anything. I mean, it's just there. What does it do? Nothing. You just look at it. People just take trips to go look at it, man, you know. Because the usage of this thing has been lost. Just like them toilets. People would go to museums and just look at the toilet. They'll just stare at the toilet. Why? They don't piss. They don't shit. That's what we do when we go to the pyramid. Just look at, we don't astral project. We don't know that this is an instrument to pull energy from the ether. We don't know that if you go to sleep in the pyramid, you're going to launch up out of this earth. That's why you can't sleep in them. Somebody put it in the chat earlier. They very strict what you can do. You just can't meditate at these sites. Because if you just so happen to go to sleep or get knocked out, these are areas where there's a portal open. You can't see it. But if you was able to see the spiritual realm, around all these big tourist sites, there's a gateway open, man. And anybody sleeping near these portals gonna get sucked the hell up out of here into the gateway. That's facts. When we was living near these certain points we lived by, we was able to have control over our dreams, because a person may say, look, I want to visit a certain parallel reality tonight when I go to sleep. Well, you need to go to a certain part of the village to sleep at, because these magnetic intersections and ley lines of the earth are vortexes that lead to different stars in the sky. That everything connected, as above, so below. Depending on what coordinate point you at will dictate where your consciousness project. Literally, physically traveling on earth would be spiritually traveling in the sky. And every star fort is calibrated for, like, for example, right? Because the sky turning. The sky turning. But they got different star forts because it's different stars that star fort represent. Even if that star ain't above the fort, it can get you to that star. We would build physical sites on the ground that embodied the heavenly spiritual frequency of a certain star in the sky. So you would get out your telescope, you would tune in on the frequency of a certain star in the sky, how it feels, its colors, its sounds that it make, the vibration, everything about it. Like every star got a fingerprint. And you would build a building on the ground based on the frequency of the star in the sky. So the music that we play in this building would only be the only music we're allowed to play at this particular star fort got to be in the key of this star. You can't play nothing, no other notes here, right? Because you fucking the grid up. It's cymatic based. So depending on what frequency this star fort represent, it will open up a portal to that star. So when you visited that star fort, that was a spiritual transportation system. We weren't just traveling around the world looking at buildings like we do today with tourism. We were time travelers. We were traveling around this big old grid. There were star forts everywhere that let us go to different realities. Life was beautiful. It wasn't just, well, let me go to this other country to look at their old buildings. No, you going to that other place on the ground was also you going to another reality in the heavens, because each of these sites were dedicated to a certain frequency and star. So let's say, okay, I want to go to this realm. Then you got to physically take a trip to that land. And your pilgrimage, your Hajj, was not only a physical journey, but a spiritual one. But today, when we take our Hajjes, our pilgrimages, we forget all that. It's just physical only. It's just tourism. I'm going over there to look at their buildings, read their Bible, and bring my ass back here. But you didn't really go nowhere. You didn't tap into the frequency of them people. Like it ain't even a frequency. It's a frequency of a certain chakra in all of us. Every human with a soul got 7 chakras. So the humans made a portal on earth that would allow them to open up all of these chakras with technology. So no portal would be closed. All the portals are closed today. Humans ain't leaving the earth. We ain't astral projecting. We ain't getting out of our body. If y'all died right now, you will be a stranger to your other self in this other reality. It'll be like going to sleep dreaming. You won't even know you just died. That's what hell is. Hell is you dying and not knowing you dying. Just think right now if I die. Right now. And I just live on in a parallel reality. Just like when you start dreaming, you don't know that you just fell asleep in this world. That's hell. You know why? I like my knowledge, bro. I like knowing the earth flat. I like teaching to y'all. I like knowing how to make music. I like knowing how to be a rap artist. All of that is shit that I've learned as Bro Sanchez. But when I dream, I go to these other versions of me that ain't as lit as this version. So it would be sad, man, if I was to die and I can't remember none of the shit that made me Bro Sanchez. It ain't that people are scared of dying. They scared of losing themselves. If you know that being saved was our ancestors promising us that you won't lose yourself. That they didn't promise that you wouldn't die. They promised that, look, we're going to make you another body that's even better than the one you lost. No one was scared of dying. People were scared of losing themselves. That's really what death is. Because who want to go through all this bullshit and learn all these lessons just to have it deleted? I don't. Bro, I'm 40 years old right now. I'm 40. At this age, my nigga, I've learned so many valuable lessons in life that I wouldn't even trade it for money. I'm serious. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you agree with that. I've acquired some valuable wisdom in my life that I wouldn't trade for money because it gives me a peace of mind at this age. You know how miserable it'll be to have to get all that back, have that deleted? What the ancestors was promising us, that when you die, we gonna save all your knowledge. The concept of salvation wasn't, well, you get to go to heaven. No. Our ancestors knew about this simulation. And they said, look, we're on the other side. We're gonna make sure we maintain not only who you are and all your knowledge and shit where you left off at, we're gonna make you a better version with that. Now, they turned that and gave it to Christ, where he said, I'm going to make you a new body that's better than the one you lost. So I'm going to give you your body back, but I'm going to give you an even better one. So people would hear that and say, okay, well, I'm not scared to die then, because I got something to look forward to with death. I'm going to be a whole nother better version of me. That was the original spiritual system of Tartaria. It was people knowing, hey, all of this knowledge I've acquired, I get to keep that and take it with me, which gonna make my next version fire, man, with all this knowledge. Starting as a baby with all this knowledge, think about it. All the knowledge you're gonna die with as a grown-up. You're gonna take that with you and start off with it as a new baby in your next life. Bro, you're going to be a fucking beast. So death ain't breathing your last breath. It's being stripped of all of your power, your knowledge, which is power. That's death. You're a god, and a god without no power might as well be dead. That's what your body is. Your body is God manifesting, stripped of power, which is why your body is doing what? Seeking what? Knowledge, which is what? Power. God didn't have to seek no knowledge when he didn't lose it. He's seeking what he lost. He lost it through the body. And the body can't pick up knowledge with its hands and feet. It recorded in its mind. My body can pick up this marker because it's physical. Guess what? Knowledge ain't physical. It's a non-physical transmission of information. And the non-physical is what lives on, not the physical. So I can't take this marker with me, but every lesson I've taught you, I'm gonna take with me. That's why knowledge is power. Because your next version is either gonna be more powerful or more weaker based upon how much knowledge it acquired. Because once you tell a person the only thing you can take with you is knowledge, then you should become a fucking glutton for knowledge. To know that everything in this life I can't take, but every lesson I learn, even if I learn some simple shit. You may watch a video, goddamn it, how porcupines mate or some shit, how jaguars have babies, whatever. Anything you learn, you take with you, and it will be useful for something. So once you lock that in, you become a glutton for knowledge. If you leave here with no knowledge, you're a damn fool. Because it's saying, I left the earth empty-handed because the only thing I can take with me is knowledge. That means you're a real dummy who just did not value knowledge in your life. People that value knowledge is going to be powerful. But it's hard to value knowledge above material stuff. It is. I know, man. I can tell you. What incentivized me to value knowledge over material stuff is knowing that the world I'm in ain't material. This shit fake. This can ain't even solid, nigga. Every time my ego rise up, I think about that scene in The Matrix when the dude was eating that steak and he was like, this steak ain't even real, man. It's just a program, The Matrix, telling me that it's juicy and it's just some data that I'm intaking through the central nervous system. There's no steak at all. It's just data in a computer. Every time I say to myself, man, I want to ball out. I want to be in a mansion. You know, I want to live that life. I don't really let it bother me because I always remember, well, shit, this shit fake anyway. And there will be many more chances to experience what we call materialism. And the ancestors was basically saying, don't focus on that now. Because you ain't even in the material world. Everyone can't handle the real world, which is why we in the simulation. How do you know you couldn't handle the real world? You can't handle the fake one. Think about people killing for cars, people killing for jewelry, and this shit ain't even real, bro. You can tell most of these people we in a matrix and ain't none of this shit real. They'll still kill for it. So imagine if you put them in the real world. If you tell them, look, man, you just sold your soul for a fake piece of steak and you know the shit fake. And you still sold your soul for a fake piece of steak. What you think he'll do for a real piece of steak, nigga? What you think he'll do for a real piece of steak? If the ancestors know you can't get your energy in order in this fake ass world, you're gonna be the same in the real world. You're gonna be worse there. Because now you know that this steak is real. This ain't no fake steak. That's a real one. So it's like, this is like a quarantine type test type thing. And the pyramids allowed people to go to other sections of this program we call life. So the pyramids on the Mississippi were spiritual technological devices as well as free energy instruments. And that sums up that portion of the stream. So we got 2 more sessions, y'all. We got to go into how they manipulated history. And we got to go into why the Statue of Liberty video is important, because it basically exposes The fact that the pilgrims who said they built this thing didn't build it. Let me see how many people watched this. So let's take a quick vote. Did you watch my Lady Liberty documentary? Put your vote in quick, because this gonna determine do I need to play that video or not. I'm here, I got some time. We ain't going nowhere. You know I'm thorough. But put your votes in, y'all. Did you watch my Lady Liberty documentary? If a bunch of people say no, then we got to play that for y'all. It's gonna be, what, 30 minutes? We'll take it's dope though, it's entertaining and informative. And if you didn't see it, I'm gonna play it because it's important when we talk about the history of this land, the Mississippi civilization. We got to talk about the Statue of Liberty because, yeah, we talking about the pyramids on the Mississippi, but we evolved from stone pyramids to start building steel towers, right? And that's when we failed. And I did a documentary that goes into like the Statue of Liberty because it's a steel structure from Tartaria. It's a good example of what I'm saying about Tartaria getting into steel work. And when that happened, boom, this place get taken over. And the people that take it over say, well, we built the Statue of Liberty. How? Y'all don't agree with liberation? Liberation means every human is treated equally and it ain't no slavery. How do people who the slave masters build a statue that's anti-slavery? The statue is so anti-slavery, it got broken chains on the feet to show liberation, freedom. Ain't no way an enslaver is building a statue that goes against what it stands on. That's like a gang member building a statue of the police chief, nigga. Ain't no damn way a gang member, yeah, we built that statue of the police chief, man. That don't make sense. You telling me barbarians built the statue that represent justice and law and order? Outlaws built the statue that represent following the law, liberty, treating people right. Oh, that's a good joke right there. A good joke. Put your vote in, people. If enough people vote yes, we'll skip the video. Actually, that ain't a good poll, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm gonna redo the poll. I gotta redo the poll. If you voted, stand by, you got to vote again. I messed the poll up. It's supposed to be, do you want to watch my Lady Liberty video? Because whether you watched it or not don't matter. Some people may say, well, play it again just to float and make it fit into this stream so we can see how it fit into this. So we'll give y'all, I'm going to play a song. And at the end of the song, I'm going to look at the votes and we'll let y'all decide whether we're going to play this 30-minute documentary, which ties into today's lecture. Ain't no need of planning it if everybody saw it, which is why we're doing a poll, because we can probably save 30 minutes. So vote that, put your vote up. We'll come back in a minute. And depending on what y'all got, it's all right with me. I'm here. I got time today. So it's on y'all. And after the video, we go into the history. Like how we shifted timelines and the whole concept of the ancient world was created. I was telling you earlier that the concept of ancient isn't real. It's a lie. There is no such thing as ancient. And basically, the final part of the stream, we're going to go deep into how the concept of ancient was created and the history of how these two timelines came to be. which is the ancient timeline, which is the lie, and the real historical timeline. Because what happens is when people look so far back in the past, they've been taught to say, well, I'm in the ancient world now. That's a trick. What you call in the ancient world is just a revised history. But if you really do your own research, ain't no ancient world. It's them intercepting you when you're doing research, because when you get back too far, they don't want you to end up in Tartaria. They want you to end up in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve in the beginning. So their Bibles start with in the beginning, but when they wrote that, that wasn't the beginning. That's a new book. So the ancient world was created when they came out with the new in the beginning. This was just a few hundred years ago. They rewrote a new beginning story. And that's the beginning that the whole world believe in. That ain't real history. It don't start with Adam and Eve. It start with the fall of Tartaria. When Tartaria fell, they came with in the beginning, and they wrote a whole new beginning. And that's the beginning y'all go with. But see, when they put in the beginning, Egypt wasn't even a land yet. It was just Adam and Eve walking around the Garden of Eden. But watch this. When they wrote in the beginning, there were pyramids in Giza. There were pyramids on the Mississippi when the Roman scribes was writing the Adam and Eve story. Let that shit sink in a minute. The people voted, y'all. They want to watch the video. I'm glad, because we like to be thorough. But I'm going to skip back to this history. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's play the video so we can quickly get back to the historical breakdown. We're going to take 30 minutes and we're going to debunk the idea that these mud hut building ass pilgrims built the Statue of Liberty. Primitive ass. Then not only that, they primitive ass is gonna reverse engineer the stuff, hide the knowledge from us, and tell us we the barbarians and jungle dwellers who was barefoot boiling grits with fucking fire sticks rubbing together. You can't make this shit up. These people was boiling big pots of oatmeal and grits in the damn woods, starting fires with sticks striking them together. Talking about that's what we was doing. Oh, we gonna roast them in a minute. Let's play the video, man. I can't wait to get back to the roast with this other part. People, one more thing before we play the video. We really need people to help us meet our goal, man. The goal is over, right? We need 8 people. Send in $20. Are you one of them? I know everybody thinking about their account balance right now. We need 8 people to help reach the goal. 8 people send in $20. The goal is over, but we still got it going. We looking for 3 of 10. Appreciate y'all. Here we go. Have you ever considered that the symbol we're taught to associate with freedom and democracy might actually be a monument to the greatest historical falsification ever pulled off? From childhood, we're told the same story on repeat. The Statue of Liberty was a generous gift from France built in the late 1800s to celebrate American independence. Textbooks, tour guides, plaques all recite the same script. But what if that script collapses the moment you look at the statue through the eyes of an engineer instead of a historian? Because what stands in New York Harbor is not just a statue. It is a 93-meter tall copper and metal colossus weighing over 250 tons. And the more closely you examine how it was supposedly built, the more impossible the official story becomes. We're told the internal framework was designed by Gustave Eiffel, a convenient name and a brand of credibility But names don't solve engineering problems. Processes do, materials do, and logistics do. And when you examine the metallurgy of the 1880s, cracks immediately appear. Steel production at the time was unstable, inconsistent, and expensive. The Bessemer process and open hearth furnaces were still experimental elite technologies. Steel was used for tools and weapons, not for mass-producing precision load-bearing frameworks capable of surviving hurricane winds and saltwater environments. Yet we're asked to believe that France casually produced thousands of tons of perfectly uniform iron and steel while simultaneously suffering economic devastation after the Franco-Prussian War. Where were the factories? Where are the production records? Where did the metal come from? France claims credit for engineering the Statue of Liberty as a triumph of the 19th century ingenuity. Yet France's residential architecture of the same era reveals a clear inconsistency. Much of it was utilitarian and peasant level, lacking the monumental scale, the metallurgical precision, and the structural sophistication embodied by Lady Liberty. Where is the architectural lineage? The expertise required to build a colossal copper monument with an advanced internal framework does not echo through the homes, civic buildings, or infrastructure French craftsmen were producing at that time. How does a society struggling with basic living standards suddenly demonstrate world-class engineering mastery in a single, unprecedented monument? Archival data doesn't line up with the scale of construction, and the photographs were shown conveniently to avoid the most critical moments. We never see real-time assembly of the load-bearing joints. We never see multi-ton beams being lifted into the air using nothing but wooden scaffolding, hemp ropes, and hand winches. Think about that physics for a moment. Tons of metal, high winds, open harbor, no modern cranes, yet no mass casualties, no disasters, and no engineering failures recorded. It's as if the statue was never built, only assembled around something that already existed. And when you examine the internal structure, suspicion deepens. The Statue of Liberty uses a curtain wall system, a skin that carries no load hanging from an internal skeleton. That principle didn't become standard until skyscraper construction decades later. So how did 19th century engineers leap ahead of their own era unless they didn't invent it at all, unless they found it? What if Eiffel and Bartholdi didn't create the statue, but refaced it? What if they discovered a surviving structure from a previous civilization and rebranded it as a modern achievement? That would explain everything. Look at the pedestal. Beneath the statue sits a granite base and Fort Wood, an 11-pointed star fortress. We're told that this is a defense feature built to protect it from wooden ships. That explanation collapses instantly. Starports existed all over the world, sharing geometry, orientation, and proportions that make little sense militarily, but enormous sense energetically. These are not forts. They are platforms, cymatic frequencies frozen in time. And placing a massive copper conductor at the center of one, holding a torch toward the sky, begins to look less like symbolism and more like function. Now let's talk numbers, because numbers don't care about myths. The statue's foundation allegedly contains 27,000 tons of concrete, supposedly the largest concrete monolith of its time. And this was in the 1880s. No concrete trucks, no automated batching plants, no continuous concrete mixers. Concrete literally had to be mixed by hand or crude steam engines. Pouring that volume without cold joints would require non-stop delivery for months on a small island, by barge. Where are the supply records? Where are the invoices? Where are the fleets of barges? They don't exist. The far more logical explanation is that the foundation already existed and was reused. And then there's the copper skin, 31 tons of copper hammered into 2.4 millimeter sheets using repulse techniques. Any small error in geometry at the bottom would compound into catastrophic misalignment at the top. This level of precision would challenge even modern fabrication, yet we're told it was done by hand, by eye. And not to mention that copper and iron in a salty marine environment should destroy each other through galvanic corrosion within decades. The solution, we're told, was asbestos and shellac insulation, manually applied at thousands of contact points, so perfectly that the statue survived nearly a century without major structural repair. That isn't engineering, that's fantasy. So then you gotta ask yourself, who the hell built this? New York in the 1800s was populated largely by unskilled migrant labor. Where are the elite metal workers, the master engineers, the foremen? Their names are missing. No diaries, no memoirs, no hospital records from mass rivet injuries, no strikes, no lawsuits. We're told the statue was disassembled into 214 crates and shipped across the Atlantic. But ship blueprints from the era show cargo holds that physically could not accommodate those curved components without severe deformation. Are we seriously expected to believe that thin, hammered copper sheets were packed into wooden crates and survived Atlantic crossings through storm-heavy seas without major damage? That's absurd. The simplest explanation is that nothing was shipped because nothing was built. And then there's the torch. In 1886, we're told the Statue of Liberty became the world's first electrified lighthouse, powered by underwater cables that connected to Edison's Pearl Street Power Station, which had just recently opened in 1882. The age of electricity was just beginning. Thomas Edison had just launched his first power station on Pearl Street, which barely served a few blocks of lower Manhattan, constantly breaking down and constantly overheating. It's also important to know that the original torch was replaced. It's now conveniently locked in a museum, and I don't think that it was an arc lamp that was being powered via an underwater cable, because the technologies for insulating underwater high voltage cables at that time were in their infancy. And such a cable laid with 19th century technology would have turned into a short circuit within a week. Yet the torch burned, and not like ordinary light. Contemporary reports describe a cold, piercing glow that behaves unnaturally in fog. Birds reportedly fall dead near it. This wasn't incandescent light. My theory is that the original torch was not only a source of light, but that the entire island is a star fort that is part of an old world energy grid, a wireless interconnected network of sites spanning around the world, all drawing energy from the ether through a coordinated system of towers. The original torch could have been some type of atmospheric condenser because the statue uses copper. It has an insulated base and an internal core. That's a resonance system. And during this time, young Nikola Tesla would have been around 30 years old, and there isn't much written about whether or not Tesla was involved with the Statue of Liberty project during this time, which is strange considering the fact that this was his area of expertise and the fact that Nikola Tesla was already in America when the Statue of Liberty was first illuminated. What's even strange is that Tesla's most famous invention, the Tesla coil, may have been old world free energy technology that was reverse engineered during his time. The Liberty Torch resembles a Tesla coil, and it is made of copper. The Statue of Liberty also resembles the ancient goddess of electricity who has been demonized in modern time to hide free energy. The statue may have also served as an antenna, a receiver, and a distributor of free energy that connected this area to the worldwide energy grid that once existed. And what is clear is that we didn't build it, and many signs point to the idea that it may be some sort of old world energy device that the 19th century didn't understand and couldn't control. It was very common in the old world to make one single deity by blending a god with a goddess, and the Statue of Liberty resembles the god Apollo or Helios mixed with the goddess Electra. We're told that the crown, the 7 rays on the head, symbolize continents and seas, but in ancient symbolism, rays symbolize the ether. One of the most common symbolic expressions of ether was rays or emanations, and these rays of light represented the visible effect of an invisible medium, because ether was considered invisible yet active. Straight or radial lines symbolized emanation, transmission, or flow through space. Rays were often understood not just as light, but as ether in motion or energy carried by the ether. Gustav Eiffel didn't build the Statue of Liberty, and he didn't build the Eiffel Tower. An old world civilization was wiped out, and after the reset, these men merely claimed these amazing technological devices. They rewrote history and hid the free energy past by disguising these devices as just symbolic monuments. I also believe that Nikola Tesla is just a front man used to be the face of technology that we discovered from the old world after the reset, and claimed as new discoveries to hide the true old world intent behind why they were built and the true potential they had. Also to hide what all of this represents for humanity, society, and sovereignty. Now back to Mr. Gustav Eiffel. There's a connection between the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the Statue of Liberty in America. Inside the Statue of Liberty is a small Eiffel Tower, and these towers are ideal for wave transmission, not for foot traffic. It is very cramped, uncomfortable, and hostile to humans because it wasn't designed for humans. The statue vibrates in wind, the acoustics are disorienting, and ventilation was added later. It's very cramped, uncomfortable, and hostile to humans because it wasn't designed for humans. The statue vibrates in the wind, the acoustics are disorienting, and ventilation was added later. This is clearly a machine. Now let's zoom out. Let's look at 19th century photos of New York. Vast stone cities, monumental infrastructure, streets empty. And they say that people are missing in the photos due to long exposure. That excuse fails. Even long exposures capture ghost traces of movement. These images show nothing. No crowds, no carts, no life. Yet infrastructure built for millions already exists. Why would a young nation build sewage systems and water tunnels sized for populations that didn't exist yet? Because they didn't build them. They inherited them. Demographic data shows missing generations, gaps too large to explain by war alone. This is a post-cataclysm population pattern. Orphans everywhere. Yeah, I don't mean to pause it mid-video, but this photo right here, don't let this photo just get by y'all. Because the people who said They built the San Francisco building of School of Fine Arts. I hope y'all don't mind me interrupting the video. I got so much to teach after this. We ain't going nowhere. We dive deep. It's the weekend, baby. Now watch this. Watch this real quick. I hope y'all don't mind me being interrupting right now. No, because the screenshot where the video at right now, it's a good moment for me to pause it right there on that screenshot, because you'll let that go over your head. And why? Like, the photos in this video ain't no cap, bro. Like, the people who said that they built America, the people who kicking the immigrants out right now, yo, these pilgrims in power here. Now look at this. This the San Francisco Art Institute. Look at this beautiful building. Steel beams. We're talking about, when it comes to using a unison of steel and stone, this building has got to be in like the top 100 buildings in the world that is like a perfect example in architecture on the marriage of steel and stone. Like, we're talking, anyone that think that this ain't a Tartarian building, something wrong with you. If you think we built this, and this building here is what, like 200 years old? Come on, man. Because check this out, right? The reason I'm pulling this up, look at this photo right here, bro. Just take a minute. Look at right here in the doggone documentary. The people who said they built the Statue of Liberty, they was hanging their clothes outside on strings. Bro, the Statue of Liberty, they want you to think that the torch in the Statue of Liberty, which is big enough for you to walk in, was lit with some kind of gas or wax or oil lamps. Come on, man. We got to start seeing that the Statue of Liberty is a Tesla car. And if you can make a Tesla car the size of the Statue of Liberty, you ain't hanging your goddamn underwear on clotheslines like we in Ghana somewhere, nigga. Look at y'all living conditions. You telling me that y'all made this right here. Another building they like. Y'all ain't built crap, jack, squat, diddly, nothing. Especially if it's stone or steel. If it's wood, I might say you built it with your Paul Bunyan ass. But even then, it's a might, nigga. Wrong button. But yeah. It's to the point now. All I gotta say is, when was it built? Prior to 1800. Is it stone or steel? Oh, yep, they didn't build it. You ain't gotta go through all the bullshit. I'm gonna tell you again, here go the bullshit check for everybody listening with architecture in this country, especially with the Mississippi pyramids, especially because guess what? Especially with the shit that yet to be discovered in the Grand Canyon, that's advanced architecture, where they talking about the Grand Canyon is some intricate cave system. But watch this. All you got to do is say, listen, the Pilgrims said that they built that. When was it built? Before the year 1800. Is it made of stone or steel? Yep, they ain't built it. That cancels out a lot of bull crap. If it's built before the year 1800, is stone or steel, the Pilgrims ain't built that. And even after the 1800s, stone and steel, right? I'm going to be questioning if you built it. Like, it's, but let me play the video. I just had to stop there because this photo here is nasty work for me to be researching and for me to put that up there, bro. Let me get off my ego, though. But that's nasty work. I'm showing you these people. Let's go. adult laborers missing. This is a reset. And into these ruins walk new elites, tasked with rewriting history, claiming authorship of a world they didn't create. Even the Freemasons marked it, literally, laying the cornerstone, sealing ownership. And then there's the smaller replicas in Paris. We're told that they were prototypes. More likely, they were attempts to reverse engineer something already found. They copied the form, but not the function, because the original isn't art. It's a machine from a lost world. Now, why would they hide it? Because it represents a world of free energy, a world without scarcity, and a world of autonomy, liberty, and equality. They hid it because they wanted a world of scarcity and control. The Statue of Liberty isn't just a symbolic monument. It is a mechanical device from an advanced old world society and a testament to a time of free energy. It is an archetype that we can find consistent around the world, and that is a goddess of electricity that everyone on every land once understood as a symbolic archetype for free energy. And so look, without putting my ego in it, what I'm going to start doing for 2026, I'm going to start back calling people out. Because I was like, man, we ain't mentioning names, we ain't in our ego, but check it out. It ain't about not calling people out. I was wrong. It's about knowing who to call out and who's worth our energy. But all of these big professors and big names lying about this history shit, as far as, first of all, the ancient alien shit. Second of all, the architectural hoax is so crazy because it's like when you realize that the people on the oatmeal box was building with mud and straw when they came over here, then you see, okay, wood is a challenge for y'all niggas. Think about what I'm telling you now. So look, right? You building with wood, and the wood is such a challenge for you, right? That, and the reason I say wood is a challenge for you, what does wood cause? Mold, termites. These people was getting sick from wood. And they burning wood, the smoke, the black, the charcoal. Like, shout out to Stacy Galore, who's been a long time supporter. Appreciate the love, my people. That's 2 of 5, y'all, man. Shout out to the peoples. We got Kwee, who always coming through. Kwee been coming through. We got to mod you up, Kwee. Ain't you? Is you modded up? Who else? We don't want to miss nobody. We got to go to Beano Mod. Hey, shout out to Itzy Zaza. Sent me in the $10 on the sponsorship for the broadcast. And the brother Beano Mob became a member. Let's clap it up. I think I can gift some memberships. If I can, I'm going to gift 5 memberships. They won't let me pick them, but it'll be random. I'll try it in a minute. When we play the video, I'm going to gift some memberships. People, we only need, excuse me, my bad. People, we only need 3 more people to send 20. We only need 3 more people to send. I'm going to stop pausing the video so much. But this video actually makes me want all the damn smoke. Because with what I know now, man, we got to spread this. Pilgrims didn't build a Statue of Liberty. What we got to spread out there, Pilgrims are the J-word people with the black on and the top hats. They came over here burning grits, boiling grits and oatmeal. Yep. Bro, all the smoke. We gonna see who really about to smoke, because listen, They don't care about y'all saying they ain't the real Hebrew Israelites and Jews. But when you say these folks ain't the real Americans, they get mad. That's why they hate the FBA. These mud hut, first of all, you building a house and saying, you know what, some of our building material gonna be mud, you're a barbarian, you're a damn savage. You gotta think about that. Pigs live in mud. You got a mud hut. You on a level of animals. And our people got stone black men heads the size of my house of stone. One stone piece. Y'all ain't hearing me. It ain't a bunch of pieces of stone stuck together. It's one stone slab. They handling that, moving it around, cutting on it like butter. And y'all playing with mud for your house? That's what I'm telling you. That right there is when you start saying, wait a minute, this shit deep right here, man. Shout out to Marcel Plager. You always explain it in an understanding way. Much appreciated. Salute, Sanchez, and salutes back to y'all. I'm going to play the video. We're going to roast them up and lay the facts down here in a minute because, bro, I can go live every day exposing these mud dwellers. And that's what really needs to be exposed. That y'all came over here boiling grits, boiling oatmeal, and living in mud houses. Wait a minute. Shout out to Hebrew to Mania for being 3 of 5. We've reached the goal, man. This is awesome. Hebrew to Mania, much love. That's more than. And to Leonard Robinson, a Mobile in the house once again, always coming through. Salutes to my people at Mobile, Leonard Robinson, all day, man. Much love to Mr. 8569, Mr. T, 8569. Let's keep the show rolling. It's a dope one. Don't keep it rolling. Somebody just sent in. Goonho just hit with the 50. The lost history of flat earth is a deep dive. You know what, Goonho? We should have a watch party, right? But Goonho, I tell you what, Goonho, you want to have a watch party with that and a review, a roundtable review watch party? Send me the link to the exact one you're talking about to my email, talktobrosanchez@gmail, and I'll schedule it. We can have a watch party on flat power. That'll be fire. That's a good idea. And let's drop a bomb because we just reached the goal. We overreached the goal. Drop a bomb. Back to the video. My bad. I can't wait to roast these pilgrims, though. This archetype was the focal point of an ancient energy grid and a representation of the ether. Long before we had the god Thor, we had goddesses that represented electricity. And these goddesses weren't just chunks of steel. They were free energy devices that connected man to the heavens. And right now, I'll share some compelling evidence that should give you the same conclusion. The Statue of Liberty resembles the same architecture we see throughout all of Tartaria. And one thing consistent throughout the old world is the goddess of electricity who was deleted from history. But yet we can find her on old stamps and other items. There are similar goddesses around the world from various different cultures, which seem to have all been interconnected. I know I said I wasn't going to pause it again, but this is very important. Everyone know in the old world what they called a pre-dynastic world, it wasn't no gods, it was just goddesses. And if you know that, drop a capital G right now. Don't do no ones, no two. Do a capital G for goddess, because check it out. Her story to his story was teaching y'all that a decade ago. Wasn't no gods, man. And people who don't know that, they don't get outside of their religious texts. Anything pre-dynastic, when you dealing with stone carving, is dealing with goddess. Let me show y'all some shit real quick, man. Watch this. The oldest stone carvings on the earth, according to them, because I don't do carbon dating, are little figurines of the goddess. Look at this. You can't find no stone carvings of gods. Just think about what the hell I'm saying out of my mouth right now. Think about the fact you can look all around the world for a stone carving of a god and you won't find it. Any stone deities is going to be pre-dynastic goddesses. Ain't nothing else you going to find. Why? Because this Tartarian shit. The same people made big Olmec statues, made little figurines stuff too. If you can carve it on a big level, you can carve it on a little one. And it goes back to why the Statue of Liberty is feminine, more of a goddess, Lady Liberty. In Tartaria, the object of worship was always feminine. Now, there's a lot of good perks to you having a feminine deity, because feminine is intuition versus masculine is instinctive. That's what the barbarian cultures got, gods. But the people with the feminine cultures were smarter because they goddesses is stone sculptures, and your god is a doggone Roman script with papyrus. It shout out to NYG224. I've been watching your channel since the Great Mother documentaries. I learned a lot from you. Keep going, bro. And listen, long as breath in my body, NYG, I'm gonna keep it going for y'all, for me, and for the next generation. This is motivation. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, we ain't going nowhere. You know we got a lot to unpack tonight. But look at this thing here, man. All this is stone figurines. This what y'all do, right? Ask the people with the who going against what we saying. Say, find me a stone god and I'll shut up. Show me pre-dynastic stone gods and I'll shut up. You ain't gonna do it because the gods came with the written script and the papyrus and the text and the mythology with the patriarchs, because all of these figurines is doing ma'at. Even look at these figurines. Look at what their hands doing, man. This is talking about balance and equality, dog. Listen to that. Ma'at, listen, when I keep telling y'all, Ma'at wasn't created by Egypt. Egypt is a little bitty baby in Tartaria. This is all Ma'at right here. All of these are different goddesses. They balance in the scales. They got their arms out, just like I'm showing on the video right here. The goddess, and listen, the good fairy called Electra, and she's blindfolded because she don't see no color. Ain't no discrimination. It's just your heart better be right. And Tartaria didn't see no color. Wasn't no black people, white people. It was just Tartarians. People say, but the Statue of Liberty is a white person. Didn't no black person living in Tartaria let that bother them. Because when they looked at the Statue of Liberty, they didn't say that's a white person. They said that's a Tartarian person, just like me. The black and white shit is new. And it's so deep and better than us, I doubt we gonna ever kill it, man. Because people now gonna always see black and white, but that's new, them social statuses. The Tartarians didn't see no, look at them black people, look at them white people. No, everybody was just Tartarian. But Sanchez, it was black Tartarians and white ones. No, it wasn't. Everybody was just a Tartar. It's hard for us to see that because we born into the division. But it was equality and justice for all, just like what the Statue of Liberty represent, just like what Ma'at represent. This the goddess of karma, balancing the heart on the scale. If you're a barbarian, you scared of this shit. Listen, the barbarians don't like this goddess, y'all, because when it comes down to weighing your heart on the scale, they shit so heavy, it's going to break the scale. That whole little scale just going to fall off the chains, goddammit. They were free energy devices that connected man to the heavens. And right now, I'll share some compelling evidence that should give you the same conclusion. The Statue of Liberty resembles the same architecture we see throughout all of Tartaria, and one thing consistent throughout the old world is the god. One thing consistent is the goddesses, which is why they had to say Eve messed everything up, because these devils just flip everything. They invert everything. And messed everything up. Go and watch my Her Story to His Story playlist, because this old stuff, if you've been following the community, you should know, right? So that's why you see the goddesses are the oldest stone deities. Dig what I'm saying? Stone deities. Because niggas can tell you, but these gods are older than the goddesses in the text, nigga. Don't let them trick you with that. Because they will open up the Bible and say, well, was the goddesses during Adam and Eve? Nigga, that's a storybook. That's the false historical timeline that I'm about to expose after this video, because that hid the stone goddesses. All of the stone stuff was deleted when the papyrus, the scribes came and deleted. We're going to go into that after the video. Wait a minute, because I'm cramming stuff. Let's finish the video. Goddess of electricity, who was right now, I'll share some compelling evidence that should give you the same conclusion. The Statue of Liberty resembles the same architecture we see throughout all of Tartaria, and one thing consistent throughout the old world is the goddess of electricity, who was deleted from history. But yet we can find her on old stamps and other items. There are similar goddesses around the world from various different cultures, which seem to have all been interconnected worldwide under one understanding of reality. And with this understanding, they shared a worldwide interconnected free energy grid. One common feature I see with all of these goddesses is that they all stand on top of some sort of cube or box or some sort of platform. And that cube or box would have had equipment or machinery inside of it that would have helped power the mechanism. These statues. A Lord Burroughs said it's hard to believe. You know why? This shit ain't meant to be believed. It's meant for to be researched and proven. And if you can't see the proof in front of you, it's going to be hard to believe. Can't believe 2 + 2 is 4. Either you know how to add or you don't. That's the simple truth. So people that saying this is hard to believe, it's because why the hell are you dealing with belief when we're all of us dealing with facts? Ain't none I said yet up for belief. It ain't no belief that the Statue of Liberty is feminine. It ain't no belief that the oldest deities you find in stone are goddesses. Where's the belief at? If you look at the facts that I'm sharing with you and take that in and let that speak for itself, you won't have no problems. The problem y'all have, y'all will see facts and you will still say, well, I can't believe that. That's because facts ain't meant to be believed. Should be accepting the facts. When someone give you facts and truth, fuck your belief. Accept the truth. If you say, well, I believe 2 + 2 is 10, but I just proved this 4, guess if you don't want to accept the truth of it being 4, you can say, well, I can't believe that. You're right. You're a genius. You can't believe it's 4. You either know it or you don't. Everything ain't about belief. The stuff you can't believe, it don't mean that it's wrong. It just means the truth can't be believed. You're right. When someone tells the truth, you can't believe it. Either you know it or you don't. Because don't no one believe 2 + 2 is 4. Statues are more like huge Tesla coils, creating a wireless interconnected grid of free energy worldwide. If we wanted to look at these so-called statues as Tesla coils, then the box that the statues sit on would be equivalent to the resonator base that the Tesla coil sits upon. And from that base, we would only need a tower that can reach up into the electrically charged atmosphere and siphon the energy. The tip of that tower will conclude with the ring that we see at the top of the Tesla coil tower. And as we see, the highest point on all of these statues is that ring, which is the capstone of the tower. What's even more revealing is that the highest point of the Statue of Liberty, which is the torch, resembles a Tesla coil, and it is made of copper, just like a Tesla coil. And these are just a couple of images that I'm flashing on the screen to show you different forms of this deity before the patriarchs came and turned her into a man called Thor and Zeus and others. And they did this to hide the original meaning of it all and bring us into the patriarchal age of capitalism and literally believing in patriarchal deities who rule over us with tyrannical authority versus the ancient goddesses who were just archetypes who embodied the knowledge of the ether and liberated man with knowledge. This video shows how these Tesla coil towers could power the world wirelessly. If you scale this technology up and you perfect it to the level of the ancients, then you can create a huge grid of interconnected towers, all creating their own huge fields that interlock seamlessly, creating a free energy grid worldwide. This would also explain why we find ancient complex mechanisms with intricate parts that were meant to be in motion. And these mechanisms have no hand cranks or anything to set the parts in motion. It is my theory that at some point, all technological devices were engineered to power itself wirelessly by tapping into this grid. We're also told that. Hey, and let me give a shout out to you because I don't want you to think, Lord Boros, that I'm trying to jump down your throat. Much love, you family here, man. You know, I don't want you to think I'm trying to beat up on you. I'm gonna open up the call lines for one caller at a time because the people who supported the show, they want me to extend it. So even after I'm done with my lecture, we're gonna let callers go one at a time. People stay here, don't go nowhere. There's only a little bit more of the video left, but the reason you want to stay, we still got to go over how the two different timelines was created and how the Roman scribes got us off the original timeline. That's very important. I should have done that first, but I wanted to create a reason to make you stay. Let's go. These statues represent enlightenment. Could they be telling us the truth right in our face? These towers were also lighthouses. They were made to be beacons of light. And the light that shined from these towers was powered by the tower itself. It didn't need underground cables, and that wouldn't have worked anyway. So the fact that these towers represent enlightenment, it makes me wonder, are they talking about lighting up the city or lighting up our minds with knowledge? Because it can't be the latter. I believe that these towers represented energy and literal light. More proof of this can be found in my home state of Alabama. There's a statue of the goddess Electra in Birmingham on top of the Alabama Power Building. And if you look at the goddess Electra, she is just another form of the Statue of Liberty. This is more proof that the Statue of Liberty is just another old world archetype of this free energy goddess. And that explains why they want to demonize it and associate it with fear, spookism, and mysticism. Theories like the unshackled chain around the ankle represents the beast being released. Which one makes more sense? Some scary mythological boogeyman beast being released, or the fact that the statue represents liberation? And one of the most common ways of symbolizing liberation is unshackled chains. Now, why did I go into all that? Some of you may not be aware. Let me go ahead and put you on game because you know we got all the tea when it comes to this spiritual stuff with this. When it comes to this conscious community, we up to date, man. Flat power. So this community we picked up on the bull crap. Oh, I know I did. The fact that I'm like, why is everyone demonizing the Statue of Liberty? Drop a one in the chat, bro. I was looking around. I'm like, every video I see on the Statue of Liberty, people saying it's the devil, it's a she-male, it ain't nothing good. I'm like, damn, where are the good videos on? Why everyone banging on the, and get, like sometime the enemy give himself away. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm finna give the enemy some game right now just because I got to tell y'all. He going to incorporate it because it's some good game. But the thing be, the enemy be defending stuff people ain't even woke up to yet to even question just to get ahead of it quick and control the narrative. And it works. But it's a flaw to that. Once anybody like me question the narrative, it's easy to show that the enemy had been controlling the narrative all along. Because like a person will be like, damn, man, the Statue of Liberty, evil. Now, the Statue of Liberty supposed to be represent America, right? We built it as Americans, right? Why would they allow a narrative like that to get popular and nobody bring it up like all of this stuff about the Statue of Liberty is anti-American? It seems to be someone want this rolled out. That's how I was feeling. And the more research I'm doing, like with the Tartaria, is like, okay, damn. The Tartarian movement waking up to the old world. But that's controlled. Because they be banging on the Statue of Liberty. Because you got people who are Christians, Muslims, these are Abrahamic faith. They go with the literal interpretation with the papacy. But they'll still talk about Tartaria and all that. But and they don't know about what the Tartarian spirituality, how deep it really is. But they don't know that the Statue of Liberty is like an archetype for like the first deity of resurrection. Liberation is, I'm free from the simulation. It wasn't even about physical slavery. Statue of Liberty is a blue genie like Krishna. And then you start to realize, damn, the Christians here who demonize the original version of Christianity that brings in the law of karma because they want to be barbarians. They didn't like the law of karma because it comes from the Eastern world, which shows that America wasn't the Western world, it was the Eastern world, which is why Columbus thought he was in India, because we was talking about karma, meditation. We weren't practicing the barbarian crap with the blood sacrifice. That's the new Christianity, with Jesus being a blood sacrifice. But the old Christianity, Jesus ain't a blood sacrifice. Jesus is just an example of how to follow the law. So he didn't come to die for your sins. He come to be an example of how to live your life. And he said that I didn't come to abolish the law. I came to fulfill it. That means, nigga, I came to the earth just to follow the law because y'all complaining that the law too hard to follow. So I got to come show you this shit easy, man. Don't lie. Don't steal. Look. And then I die. Now you can do it. Follow my ways. People don't follow Jesus' ways. They sin and say, he died for me not to follow his ways. Who can follow his ways? He perfect, I'm not. That ain't what the real Jesus said. And ain't nobody asking you to be perfect and not lie, nigga. Like the fact that a person will tell you ain't nobody perfect who can be like Jesus wasn't perfect. That ain't perfect. Jesus followed 10 commandments. Thou shalt not live. Thou shalt not steal. If you can't follow them 10 rules, nigga, we really in trouble. Not to cheat on your wife. Don't be looking at your brother's wife like, damn, she fine. Don't be goddamn coveting. Like, if you really look at these 10 rules and the 10 commandments, that shit, it ain't hard to follow, bro. It's just we born in a world where we've been being barbarians. We over-sexual. They demonize the Statue of Liberty. The law, remember the Bible talk about following the law, not the laws. The law of Ma'at, which is do unto others. Your good deeds gotta outweigh your bad deeds. And the scales can't be tilted when your heart get put on it. But the people that want to go around the world on world conquest, they got to do away with what the Statue of Liberty represent. See, because the Statue of Liberty wasn't created by them. When the Pilgrims showed up, that liberty was standing there. And it's a Western modern form of the goddess Ma'at. What it means is that the Western world is new. What we call the Western world ain't no more than 600 years old, and I'm being nice as hell. I should say 5. So the Westerner, the people, it ain't no such thing as West and East world. It's the part of the world that look at the ancient symbols as spiritual symbols that you gotta decode with Kundalini awakening. And then the other, what we call Western world under the papacy, are the people that take the old symbols and interpret them literally. And we say that instead of the Kundalini rising, Christ must rise to die for our sins, because the barbarians practice blood sacrifice. We teach some gotta die for some to live, but in our system, your ego gotta die. Your low self gotta die for your high self to live. The barbarians don't like that, because it's your lower self that want to conquer the world. It's your lower self that feel like, man, let me go around the world and wage war with everybody and take everybody's stuff and rule over everybody. That's your lower nature. So if that got to die for your higher self to rise up, anybody with plans on conquest, you can cancel them. Because you now can't feed that lower nature. Them plans gotta go. So the people that wanted it was about conquering the world or conquering the self. And the people who wanted to conquer the world said, look, all of this stuff that's about conquering the self and the ego and the law of karma, we gotta hide that behind literal interpretations. Christ represent the ego dying so that the higher self can rise up on the cross. The Holy Ghost is the higher self rising up. Christ dying is the lower self. But if you take that literally, then guess what? People don't even know that they immortal, because people were saying, look, what happens when we die? And the papacy was saying, when you die, you're gonna burn forever if you don't believe in our little blood sacrifice right here. And what that comes with is you being a church member. Hallelujah, Jesus, which is a servant of God, versus acknowledging the fact we are gods, ye are gods. That comes with the literal blood sacrifice interpretation. If you tell a person, man, listen, what happens when we die? You're going to come back to the earth again and not even know you died if you don't kill your ego. Then a person goes, how do I kill my ego? I don't want to do that. And they gonna batter themselves. You gonna have a world like Tartaria because people gonna be scared to die and keep repeating this shit. But the papacy got people dying, repeating it. Bro, that's crazy. People coming back here because of their lack of knowledge, and it say that in the Bible. My people perishing because of lack of knowledge, not because of lack of belief, not because of lack of faith. Don't tell me I'm not teaching the Bible. You're just following the papacy. You don't know what the Bible, you ain't seeing what the Bible's saying. Your papal programming. Let me go back to the video, man, so we can unpack this stuff in the end. And to prove my point, here is the Yoruban goddess of electricity. Her name is Oya, and in a lot of her depictions, she's seen wearing a veil because she represents the same thing that Lady Liberty represents, blind justice. Because in the old world, this was not just an archetype to represent free energy, but it also represented freedom, liberty, and equality within society as well. So think about everything we just went over. This statue was not only made to be a wireless energy transmitter and receiver, but also a beacon of light. Light is symbolic of energy, and in this case, free energy. And electricity was still kind of mysterious to a lot of people. It was being demonized, and the idea of wireless electric transmissions was almost like magic. So the concept of the light bearer, these statues that are creating light with no cords, no wires, it always had a stigma around it. And that was intentional to demonize these goddesses and the free energy past that they represent. And that's why today, the concept of the light bearers, we're taught to look at it as spooky, mystic, or demonize it or make it satanic. The ether is symbolized by 7 rays, or there are other abstract variations of the symbol, which simply shows a single point with lines or rays expanding from it in some sort of way. This simple concept evolved into a humanized archetype, and we can see this with the goddess Medusa. We can see this with the Lady Liberty spikes and other goddesses, but all of this was just to show the same concept that we see with the plasma ball, which is that electrical discharges can be clean, quiet, and subtle. They can be non-combustion discharges. Electricity is a plasma, but the way that we decide to harness it dictates whether it is released clean or dirty. And in the case of a plasma ball, it represents clean plasma discharges, and this can be translated into clean, usable free energy. So right now we're just comparing a Tesla coil to a plasma ball to show you what I mean. The sparks that's coming from this Tesla coil are not like regular electric discharges or lightning strikes, because those type of discharges leave behind smoke. They are combustion type of discharges, and they are very dirty and violent. Whereas the plasma discharges that we see coming from Tesla's coil and from the plasma ball are just the opposite. This leads to my next point and to my final proof that these towers were more than just symbolic statues. They were Tesla coils scaled up to huge proportions. So there have been several instances where the Statue of Liberty was struck by lightning. And in each case, it made the news. And it was a huge story, but no one stopped and asked themselves, why wasn't it ever damaged? And why was there never any repairs made to it? And not only that, when it so-called got struck by lightning, there was no smoke, no combustion, and it didn't even make a sound upon impact. I want to show you a video of what happens when real lightning strikes an object so that we can compare it to the videos of the Statue of Liberty getting struck by lightning. Now, here is a real lightning strike. And here is the so-called lightning strike videos of the Statue of Liberty.
Oh my God. That was right on it.
You see the difference? Everything that I just showed you in those videos prove that the so-called lightning strikes that are striking the Statue of Liberty and the Eiffel Tower are not real lightning strikes. Yes, people, I said the Eiffel Tower as well. Because just like the Statue of Liberty, the Eiffel Tower gets struck by lightning all the time. In fact, the Eiffel Tower, and in each case, just like the Statue of Liberty, there's no combustion, no smoke, no repairs, no sparks like we seen in the video of the. It's almost like the lightning is hovering off of it. It ain't even touching it. Every time they say, well, look, it got struck, if you zoom in on it, there's a little space in between it. It ain't really touching it. Because if you look at a plasma ball or anything else, it's kind of the same thing, in my opinion, if you zoom in. Now, some of them touch, some of them don't. You see this. It's like if someone's shocking you when they touch you, but if you ever shock someone with your hand, sometimes you shock them before your hand make physical contact. It get close enough and the spark just jump, like, if you know what I mean. And it is like, you can see here, it's space there. It makes me wonder, is this lightning coming from the sky hitting the tower, or is the tower emitting this into the sky? You would never know because it's happening in less than a second. I mean, it's playing out so quick from sky to tower, tower to sky, your eye can't, so we'll just play the video. Real lightning strike. So what's going on here? The truth is that these aren't lightning strikes. They are subtle plasma discharges, just like we see from a plasma ball. And if you look at a plasma ball, you can see the little tower that leads up to a circular ring, just like a Tesla coil. And the sparks are coming from that circular ring, just like a Tesla coil. This plasma ball is nothing but a little Tesla coil inside of a ball, basically. And those are not lightning strikes. They are subtle plasma discharges. Yes, the fact that the torch is made of copper is like a dead giveaway, because everyone know what metal we use to make a Tesla coil. We use copper to make Tesla coils. If you're gonna be burning wax or using gas lamps or any combustion to light up that torch, you don't want it to be copper. You know why? Copper is very malleable. The moment you go to heating copper up, it melts quick. It melts quick as hell. And copper, everyone know, is very malleable. It's the last thing I'm gonna use if I want a combustion light source. Guess what? If I want the Liberty torch to be lit up with some kind of combustion tech, I'm thinking stone and rock. That's better than copper. Yeah, you won't think of a fire pit. What's gonna hold fire? Copper gonna go to melting for them rocks do. Whatever you using in there that ain't electricity, I don't care what it is, you can say, well, it's some fancy lamps. Anything you using besides etheric plasma tech, like what I'm saying now with Tartaria, it's gonna generate heat. It's gonna generate heat. Any form of combustion electricity, like what we use right now to power our phones and computers, that generates heat, just like your cell phone, just like your computer heats up and need a fan in it to cool it. Whatever you doing outside of the Tesla technology gonna generate heat. And if it generate the kind of heat that they were saying, because I researched what they said about the Liberty Torch and how it was lit with these primitive lamps. That would have, they said, right? Before that they had electricity, it would have been lit in a primitive way with some kind of gas lamps and stuff. But they said when what's his name created electricity, what was his name? I keep forgetting that dude's name. It was Tesla's biggest enemy. But anyway, he created his station in New York, in Manhattan. And they said, okay, now we can finally light the statue up. And they running a cord under the water from his station all the way to that island. That's a long extension cord. And if it's going under the water, it's getting very dangerous now because the insulation technology in the 40s went nowhere near the cord technology. You can't run no cord under no water. If you think they got waterproof cables in the 40s, man, go and slap yourself somewhere, man, for real. The insulation technology in the 40s was so horrible, you touching a cord might get you shocked. Talking about running that underwater. Are you serious? The cards we got today got to be expensive as hell for you to run an extension cord from your damn house cross under a lake, water, under a lake for miles and connect to your TV. Dude, that's you gonna spend some good money for that cord. They didn't have that kind of insulation for wiring in the 40s. Yeah, Edison, man. Thank you. Thank y'all. Yeah, man, like you ain't running, and that's a long ass cord. Man, we let these people tell us any damn thing, man. For real, bro. And an example of clean, subtle energy. And this Tesla coil is emitting an energy field all around it. The sparks are like the ley lines running through the field, but energy can be pulled wirelessly from the field itself, just like we seen in the video. So it's totally possible that these towers around the world are the old world remains of an advanced technological energy grid. I personally believe that these old world towers are still functionable and that every now and then the controllers test them out right in front of our faces and hide them with news stories about these towers being struck by lightning. But this is not lightning. This is technology from an old world who knew the secrets of free energy and harnessing the power of the ether. These are plasma discharges, the same type of discharges that we see coming from Tesla's tower, which was called Wardenclyffe. The same discharges that we see coming from these huge Tesla coils. They are not dangerous and they are not lightning. They are never violent or destructive in nature like lightning, which explains why there are never any repairs done after these so-called strikes. And last but not least, one thing I find interesting about Tesla's connection with the old world knowledge and the goddess of electricity is that Nikola Tesla initiated the idea of wirelessly transmitting electrical power in the late 19th century. And here is a quote from Tesla that you can pause and read. Here is an image of the goddess Electra. And one thing that I find interesting that no one points out about this image is that she's holding an illuminated light bulb and it doesn't have any kind of cord running from it to power it. In my opinion, the goddess Electra is showing us that wireless electric energy systems was common knowledge at some point. And to take it a step further, this image shows Nikola Tesla powering a light bulb by sending an electric current through his own body. This was all done wirelessly. Tesla was embodying the knowledge of the goddess. Here's another image of Tesla passing an electric current through his body, wirelessly proving that electricity can be wirelessly transmitted safely and subtly. As the current passes through his body, his hand is transmitting that current into the light bulb, which is actually powering the light bulb with touch. This proves that you can build one huge interconnected wireless grid with just us interacting with the technology we would power it. And in this image, when he does the same experiment, this particular light bulb is illuminating very bright. It almost looked like he's holding a plasma bolt. This was demonstrating clean, safe, wireless electric transmissions. These images are a threat to the system of control, but they couldn't just delete them from history. So they placed a stigma on this technology. They attached a fear to it, which is why the concept of the light bearer is seen as satanic. There is no boogeyman for us to be scared of. In the old world, there was no God going to war with the devil. That was God in unison with a goddess, which is what the yin yang represents. So today they hit everything with God versus the devil, and they corrupted the original system of God having a goddess that he's paired with to show us the unison, the balance of the frequencies which you need to generate energy, negative and positive. So they basically turned the diva, the feminine aspect, the diva, into the devil. And
This is important, folks, because the yin and the yang was never meant to be looked at literally. One side of the symbol is a man, one is a woman, right? The people who created the yin yang, they were showing you duality, the unity between polarity. Sun, moon work together, negative, positive work together and make power. The unity of polarities creates power. You know what I'm saying? So the yin yang was showing that. But if you come along and want to hide that, you can invert that symbol. And what happened is, to invert that symbol, you can say well, it is not to be decoded, it's meant to be taken literally. And the literal interpretation of the yin yang, what that does, it creates God versus the devil. It creates these forces that's warring with each other. That's how we get God versus the devil. See, God versus the devil only exists in the Western world. Once you go to the Hindu, the Vedics, the Eastern world, Himalayas, all them, ain't no God fighting the devil. It's yin and yang working together. It's God and God is married, loving on each other, showing you down here how to be together with the two polarizing forces. But the Roman Empire wanted to make their societies divided and conquered. They wanted a barbaric system for control. They turned yin and yang working together, masculine and feminine working together, to God and devil always at war. And that's why in the Western world, we got the #1 divorce rate. Because you don't psychologically, right? It's an imbalance in the sets, the forces, the energies. And it starts on a spiritual level with the woman being demoted. They blame everything on her. That's them demonizing Satan. Everything they say about the devil, they put that on a woman. In fact, the female energy is equivalent to Satan, because they'll show you a pretty woman in a red dress as a seductress, as an archetype for evil too, just like in the Matrix movie. But it goes back to the sin of Eve, saying that the woman is more susceptible to evil, but that's a barbaric concept. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, so instead of, they inverted everything. Instead of yin and, let me play the video though.
put the two at war versus teaching us the unison, the balancing of these polarizing forces, which is the secrets of generating life, energy. So they hid all of this deep knowledge about the Statue of Liberty behind fears of the light bearer. When you really think about who the original light bearer was, it was these goddesses that embodied the knowledge of the ether. And when we compare these iconic images of Nikola Tesla to images of the goddess of electricity, then we can see that Tesla was embodying the knowledge of the old world. This will explain why Tesla's famous electric oscillator resembles the Egyptian Ankh. And the Ankh is a feminine symbol. The Egyptians were part of the old world Tartarian energy grid, and Egypt was connected to that worldwide system. Jesus is just a modern deity that is hiding this knowledge behind the religious script associated with him. But the original form of Jesus was Zeus, whom many scholars see as an equivalent to Apollo. And this will explain why Apollo and Jesus both have a crown of thorns or spiky headdress, because they are just modern patriarchal forms of Lady Liberty and this free energy and plasma ball concept.
Now, I want y'all to think about something. The god Apollo is the root word of apologizing, or give me an apology, right? So the thing about that is the concept of apologizing was never something that we did to God, for example. We did it to each other. So what happens is this: when people say you gotta beg forgiveness from God, you gotta apologize for what if you do Sanchez wrong, you got to go apologize to God. So like one of the first deities that started to come in and literalize this stuff was Apollo. He was one of those westernized, and people looked at Apollo like a real dude in the sky on a chariot. Literal. He's a papal version. So that's why his name Apollo, because it's dealing with it. Once you literally interpret this, now you introduce the God-fearing God up there, us down here as filthy sinners, and now we got to apologize. And that's why Apollo leaked to apology. You know what I'm saying? Just to give y'all a little something there. But before that, we knew wasn't no dude up there to apologize to. The person you wrong, you go and apologize to them.
And to prove my point, remember we said earlier that one of the abstract symbols for the ether is just a point with lines coming from it. And later that this simple concept was humanized into an archetype. You can see another version of this with the old church's concept of the man of sin, which is an old version of Jesus Christ. And this is why we read that Jesus Christ was pierced in all of his sides, because he's a modern form of the man of sin. None of this is meant to be spooky or scary. It is just a personification of a plasma ball, just like Medusa. Again, it is just a personification of the ether, which is a single point with rays emanating from it, like the all-seeing eye. The Redeemer statue in Brazil has copper within its internal structure that reinforces it. It also has copper within the electrical wiring and maintenance hardware. It also gets struck by lightning all the time, and it's never damaged, it's never repaired after the strikes.
Now, we are told that a large portion of the copper that is inside of the Christ Redeemer statue in Brazil is specifically located in the lightning rod system, which was installed to protect it. But the problem with that is it is a big contradiction, because on the other hand, we are taught in science that wearing copper during a lightning storm isn't recommended, and it is very dangerous. The CDC, NOAA, and the National
Weather Service all claim that scientific research supports the idea that wearing copper during a lightning storm is dangerous. Before modern world religion, God didn't have a form. God was just energy. God or energy only took a personalized form as various archetypes that embodied the knowledge of free energy or free energy harnessing. And the first archetypes were feminine goddesses in advanced old world matriarchal societies. And what Jesus is personifying is the Ankh, the symbol of life. The secrets of our universe and the greatest truth that all of the knowledge of our reality is founded upon is the knowledge of the ether and energy, which is why Jesus with his arms open is representing a Tesla coil, which is an Ankh, because God simply means power, energy. And this isn't exclusive to Jesus. Before Jesus, there were other deities that owned this pose, and these photos will show you some of those deities. Remember that box we spoke of earlier? Well, that same box was called Mount Calvary, and Jesus was mounted up upon it. Have
Y'all see what I just did? Let me break this down. Because they gotta realize, right? They didn't just rewrite history. They split reality. So that's why when I went to the board here, and matter of fact, I forgot to add one thing. Let me throw that on here real quick. Let buy-in. So, like I was saying, y'all, the 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 belief timeline is the Western world. The reality timeline is the Eastern world. People in the Western world, we're not even connected to the real world. Our version of history is distorted. People in these tribes in the Eastern world, the folks in the who living like in these cultures where they always meditate. You know, these old ass spiritual, basically look at the oldest spiritual systems on earth, right? The tribes, all not so much the tribes, because a lot of them been corrupted after the reset too. But people that's incorporating the old system of decoding the symbols versus literal interpretation. The Kundalini rising societies. So this little chart right here on the left side is both basically to show us the split. This what Moses represent with the two pillars, the two towers. This is duality. Our entire reality of good versus evil, it didn't exist. Just like what the Bible said in Eden, it was only good. In Tartaria, the whole world was the East world. It was basically all good. It was the Golden Age or the Eden Age. So the West world is new. It's the West world was created with what they call the fall of man. But when you're reading these books, you think you're reading millions of years ago when you say in the beginning. The people that wrote in the beginning wrote that just a few thousand years ago. That the earth was older than that. People was here. They was writing in the beginning, looking at stone structures in front of them. So they forged the new timeline, and it's the timeline people believe in. It start with Adam and Eve and a talking snake. But there was a real history that was deleted behind this nonfiction religious history that got us going to war right now in the world. Most of the world have a false historical timeline. And in that false historical timeline, in this religious history version of history, it's promising Israel a kingdom on earth, which they're fighting for. But let me show you what's crazy about this, right? What you living in right now is not just a world of different opinions. It's a world of two completely different timelines running at the same time. See, if you go to a lot of countries in the world who ain't in the Western world, who don't operate under the system we own, if I take you to like an isolated tribe who ain't been tampered with, or even a non-isolated tribe that maintain their systems, they have separate calendars than what we got. They will have like a calendar that they tribe use, and they will have a calendar to do business with the world. And that's because not everyone agree that it's 2026 right now. You hear me? If you talk to some tribes on the earth, they'll say we are not in no year 2026 according to my ancestors. We're in the year da 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 da. And they'll say, so we have more than one calendar. And that's a thing. Why is that though? That's because there are more than one historical timeline, and everyone in the world didn't agree on which history we accept. So you got different people on the world living in different goddamn mental paradigms based upon different accounts of the past. You see how messed up the world is? Now check this out, right? One of these timelines we taught to believe in, if you grew up in religion, you have a distorted idea of history. You going with the Bible ain't a history book. But check this out, right? The other account of history ain't in the Bible, or it's through decoding the Bible. And that one is simply is the first timeline is the official story. It tells you humanity is an ancient it tells you that humanity is an ancient primitive crawling out of caves thousands of years ago. It gives you a linear progression from Adam and Eve to modern civilization. It places Egypt, Babylon, and the so-called ancients in a distant, unreachable past, cut off from you, disconnected from your identity. So that's why people have no connection between like us, the Mayans, us, the Olmecs, right? Because when you read the Bible, it don't have the Olmecs written in there or the Mayans. It only have this, it starts with the children of Israel captive in Egypt. So it has Egypt in there. But why did it delete? Why don't the Bible account for Mayans, Olmecs, the Khmer Empire? Why? Because all of these are the pre-Babel societies that it talks about in the Old Testament that God destroyed. So the Bible is only accounting for the post-reset earth when they rewrite the maps after the conquest is over, after the Roman Empire conquers the world, they rewrite the maps. It tells you in the Bible, the God split up everyone's tongue, made them get different languages. But you gonna blame it on God when you don't want to say, hey, my ancestors divided and conquered y'all, right? You gonna say, no, God did that to you, man. I didn't do that. God did it, right? Let's make it a divine act. And then you got to ask why God doing so much evil stuff to good people and letting the evil people win in the world. You see what I'm saying? So this is the false God. Now watch this, right? This timeline people believe in to justify the will of the false God of the Abrahamic faiths. It was installed and constructed, standardized under centralized power, under Rome and the systems that came after it roughly 400 to 500 years ago. Stop. How long have they said black people been enslaved? 400, 500 years, right? Now here go the lie. You wasn't picking no damn cotton. When the Pilgrim came in contact with us, we was living in stone empires. Stone. So why does everything that trace back, when you talk about the Minoans, right? When you talk about the Mayans, when you talk about all these different advanced civilizations, they go back to the, like, you can trace all these advancements back to the Stone Age. So Flintstones, we look at the cartoon, the Flintstones, we talk about the Stone Age, we joke on it. But guess what though? The Stone Age represents a deleted history that go beyond Flintstone stone wheels. It's the fact that you can't carve stone the way that they did without without some sort of electricity, which shows us Stone Age people had power, electricity. The colossal Olmec heads that we see, you don't make that by rubbing a rock against a rock. You don't do that. So historians today say We don't know how that shit was built. Maybe aliens did it. But the truth is, we had technology. Simple. Now we know how it's built. But watch this, right? Occam's razor on them, y'all. None sliced deeper than Occam's razor. Now, if you don't control the timeline, because that's the Roman Empire is basically a empire that rose to power through forging history through its scribes. And the scribes wrote under pseudonyms like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. And that's how they shifted us to a false timeline. They control reality now, because if you can rewrite the past, you can forge a new future. If I steal your house today and the future generation don't know I stole your house, but they born in it and I'm in charge, and they say, man, why you get to run everything? And I don't want to say, well, I stole your house. I can say, listen, God gave me control over your house. And if the future generations of your family who don't know the history of how I get the house, if they accept my new historical timeline under religion, belief, and faith, they probably ask, well, how did God give you my land, my house? How did God promise you this land? It's the promised land, right? How did God promise you my stuff, and why would he do that? And then what the invaders would say, well, you turned away from God. You was evil as hell. You didn't do what God wanted you to do. So he let us take your shit to punish you, to teach you a lesson. And it's like, well, so God punished me for being evil with an evil person. The people that God punishing me with for my evil, they are evil than me. Does that make sense? They're more evil than me. So that wouldn't make sense. So we see God ain't promised nobody nothing. People speaking for God. And if you believe these people, you gonna justify world conquest and war, which is what's going on now. God ain't promised nobody shit. If he did, he'll hop out the sky and say, hey, everybody, give them all your shit. I said it now. Why would we gotta just take their word for it? So check this out. It's because humanity has been shifted to a false timeline. Most of the world are believers, not knowers. They believe that the world was started from a white boy, white girl in a garden with a talking snake. And from that point, they accept everything else with that false timeline. That false timeline was written not even 1,000 years ago. How do you write a story 1,000 years ago and start it off with in the beginning? You liar. Now watch this, right? This second timeline is the one they never taught y'all about. In this timeline, the advanced civilizations that we're calling ancient are not ancient at all. They are recent, thriving, operating at a level of architecture, energy, and knowledge that doesn't fit the quote-unquote primitive past narrative. This was a unified world, connected world. They know it's true. They had to even put it in the Bible. They said before God split everybody up, people was building Babel towers everywhere with the same language, and saying when no such thing as different nations and different languages. Now you got two choices. You can believe God divided and conquered humanity for getting along and loving each other, or you can believe some evil ass humans did it. Now, why would the creator of the universe see all these humans all around the world loving each other, no wars, building shit together, and say, you know what, I gotta go stop that shit. I gotta go split them motherfuckers up and make them get different languages and different. Does that sound like the true God or some false shit y'all into with the papacy? Most of the world following the Antichrist, man. I'm telling you. Now watch this, right? Before language was fractured, before history was divided, before knowledge was compartmentalized and turned into different belief systems, right? Before all of that, because what the reset did, what conquest did, it divided and conquered and compartmentalized everything. Everyone had their own interpretation of one truth. And then after all this, you get different religions now and different languages. The whole concept of them creating different languages is deep too. That's a whole nother stream. I'll be doing that one. Here go the last spiel right here, people. This wasn't just not just of land, but this whole conquest, this reset. When we talk about the reset, it wasn't just a reset of land, it was a reset of time too. The old world wasn't just destroyed, it was redated, pushed back thousands of years. Why did they push this back thousands of years? Because they came with in the beginning. They had to make the earth young. You see what I'm saying? We're thinking Egypt is hundreds of thousands of years old when it's 500 years old, no more than 600 years old. The concept of ancient is a hoax. It's a lie. The concept of the ancient world was created when they created this whole other in the beginning. Now everybody started looking all the way back to Adam and Eve, saying, man, the past is way back there with the first humans and boom, boom, boom. But the people that wrote the story of Adam and Eve, again, when they wrote that, the pyramids was standing. So this was a beginning they was forging, because who was around to write this story in the beginning? Who was standing there with a pen when God made the first humans? Like, you see what I'm saying? So when they came with the Adam and Eve story, they wrote at some point in the story that Egypt now, because when they start you with Adam and Eve, Egypt don't even exist yet. It's just Adam and Eve. Later in the story, Egypt come to be and all that. But you got to think about it. When they're writing the story of Adam and Eve, Egypt exists. But the people writing this story is saying, no, this the beginning. Ain't nobody here yet. You know what I'm saying? Now, which beginning are you going to go with? Because check this out. You are now left with a choice, y'all, because once they push the old world back thousands of years, they create this concept of ancient. And it's rebranded as ancient, so you would never think to look for it in the recent past. But when they say that America was started 500 years ago, that was literally when Egypt was destroyed. Think about this. When we say Egypt is so thousands of years ago, this is what I want you to think about. Egypt and all these stone utopias, these stone empires, would have been thriving just 500 years ago. I'm going to say that again. If we can rewind time right now to 500 to 600 years ago, you will see the pharaohs in Egypt in all their glory. You don't got to go back thousands of years. These are facts. This ain't that I'm just coming up with. Historians been debating this for years. But we chose to go with the Freemasonic narrative. So like I said right here, you left with a choice now that I'm telling you this. Because what this concept of the ancient world did, If we knew the truth, we would realize that what they are calling lost civilizations are not lost. They are destroyed civilizations. When you research history, we go back to the Bronze Age, and at the Bronze Age, right? You get all these advanced, deep technological civilizations like Egypt, Samaria, Babylon. This is Bronze Age. And guess what happens at the height of all this glory? They just disappear. They go away. Seriously, y'all, they just disappear. Go prove me wrong. Go do your research on history. They vanish. Historians start formulating theories about what happened to Bronze Age civilizations because they don't want to tell you there was a great war fought on this earth and that the people who run the world now wiped out our ancestors. So they rather say, we don't know what happened to these people. They just got lost like I lost my fucking wallet. You don't just lose civilizations. You can lose your damn wallet, but you don't lose entire civilizations overnight. But we go for that though. Oh, they just lost civilizations. They're wiped out civilizations, obliterated civilizations. And this was a near recent apocalyptic event. After these civilizations was wiped out, we had a year on Earth without a summer. It was dark for a year. So whatever wiped these civilizations out, it was apocalyptic. And I don't think it was natural. So check this out. These civilizations was erased from the timeline, and they came with the concept of the ancient world, starting with Genesis. So now you left with a choice, whether you realize it or not. You can stay inside the belief timeline, the one that was handed to you since a baby in school, the one that requires faith in institutions like the church, the Bible, the textbooks, and authorities who tell you what happened in the past, even though these authorities only get their power by wiping out the people who they speaking about. And you trust them to tell you the truth. But anyway, you can start recognizing the alternative, which is the reality timeline, the one revealed through patterns, architecture, personal research. If you wait for someone to tell you the truth in a world of lies, it ain't gonna happen unless you subscribe to Bro Sanchez, of course. But even then, I'm gonna tell you to do your own damn research. Don't even believe what I'm saying. Now, the scribes ain't gonna tell you that. These two timelines don't just represent two versions of the past. Right? The original reality timeline, the one revealed through patterns, architecture, and inconsistencies that we revealing, the one that the evidence, and the evidence that doesn't fit the official story is all, it lies here in the real timeline. When you go to looking at the real ruins around the earth, even the Bible said, the stones shall speak. Why the Bible say the stones shall speak? Because there should be no stones on the earth. There should be no carved stones that predate Egypt. There should be no stonework on this earth that predate Egypt. The new fake timeline says humans didn't start carving stone to Egypt, and we finding structures all around the earth older and more intricate than Egypt. You know why they want to make Egypt the oldest stone workers? Because Freemasonry started in Egypt. And Egypt was one of the societies in Tartaria that started the merge with the enemy. Egypt was a part of Tartaria. It traded, just like Judas with Jesus. Once they see the heat getting on, once Tartaria start crumbling, those last few empires start submitting and bowing down to the Roman Empire. And Egypt was one of them. So when they want to show you any kind of technology from the past without showing you how advanced the world was with all the deleted history, they go to Egypt. They say, well, no one else was smart but the Egyptians. And this whole concept of over-glorifying Egypt becomes this new Masonic agenda of Pan-Africanism, Kemetic priesthoods, black folks saying we the Egyptians, the fraternities teaching we Egyptians. That's a Masonic agenda to shift the timeline. So you don't see that Egypt was just a baby in Tartaria. They giving you Egypt as a tip of the iceberg to hide the rest. So it goes on, it says, these two timelines don't just represent two versions of the past, they lead to two completely different futures. And the Western world is literally manifesting a future that is based upon a false timeline. And when we look at the Eastern world, we say, damn, the Eastern world left in the past. They need to catch up with us. It's just the opposite. The Eastern world withdrew from technology and transhumanism because they stayed with the law and we went with the barbarians. So we think we got to go and give everybody the internet because we helping them out. We look at people in the jungle minding their business and they say, oh, look at them poor people. They don't got Walmart and TikTok. Let us go fight them because we got to force McDonald's on them. You know you can't live without no McDonald's. Now what's wrong with them? And we call that westward expansion, right? And we justify it by saying, well, we helping them out. They don't got internet. They don't got motherfucking cable, you know, and now they don't got natural food in their traditional language either, fucking with us. But check this out, right? One of these futures keeps you disconnected, believing humanity has always been struggling, always been primitive and needing guidance, right, with technology and shit. The other one shows you that humanity may have already reached heights we can barely comprehend, which means what you are and what you're capable of has been deliberately hidden. The real question isn't what happened in the past. The real question is, which timeline are we choosing to live in? As a collective right now, we choosing a false one, and we see where it's getting us. So I'm gonna stop right there, because I'm really pressing for time. I told y'all I'd keep the show going, and I told y'all I would open up the call lines, but I can't open up the calls because I did extend the show, but I used all the time to kick the knowledge. So we'll do another stream, and it'll be for questions and all that. But I gotta go right now, y'all. Appreciate the love, all the donations and support. D. Allen Warren, much love to you for the membership. Have an open mind, folks, flat power. And shout out to Stacy Galore for the twos. Goonho, send me the link to the documentary. We'll have a watch party. Much love to the people who hit me up on Cash App as well. I'm going to respond to those on the Cash App end. Peace to the Patreons and family members. We out.